The honourable member for Timmins James Bay to lead us in our national anthem.
Standing.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Carton brassé pour le pays, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est tout épopée de plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Let's play ball. Let's play ball.
Oh, we still got you.
I don't know if the other speakers rate those. That wasn't so bad. Let the doors be open, qu'on ouvre les portes. Ready? Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Candace Coachpaw, who has been honored by the top 25 women of influence and the top 100 accomplished Black Canadian women. Candace is an inspiring leader who believes in giving youth opportunities that did not exist for her and in nurturing the tremendous talent that exists in the Black community. Candace created the organization Developing Young Leaders of Tomorrow to provide education, training, and mentorship for Black youth. She also created Lead Like a Girl and the Black Diplomats Academy to give Black youth the opportunity to meet government, business, and international affairs leaders, to make connections and get experience. Young leaders from her organizations are already making their mark, attending COP26 in Glasgow and interning in government departments. Please join me in recognizing Candace Coachpaw and the extraordinary youth who are already making our community and country a better place.
The honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to invite all Canadians to the inaugural Blue Mountain Film Fest taking place June 1st to June 5th in the town of Blue Mountains. The festival will include over 20 international and Canadian films, an industry creative forum, and social events, all set in beautiful Blue Mountain villages on the shore of Georgian Bay. Nice. I want to give a special thanks to the great team behind this initiative. Patty Kendall and Marnie Morrow, whose idea to create a film fest got the ball rolling. Executive Director Helen Dutoit and Co-Director of Film Programming Diana Sanchez, who each bring a wealth of experience from international film festivals. And the incredible advisory team, Daniel Beckerman, Allison Black, Drew Fagan, Jennifer Fries, Tamara Podemski, John Rakich, Sud Sutherland, Stephanie Ozim, and Tara Woodbury. Thank you, Mayor Soever, Blue Mountain Council, and Andrew Sigwart of Blue Mountain Village for their dedication to furthering economic development in our region. Happy Film Fest. Here, here.
The honourable member for St. Catharines.
The Ukrainian community has significant roots in St. Catharines. For generations, the community has preserved a sense of culture and identity, understanding that the history of Ukraine is riddled with instances of Soviet and Russian attempts to destroy it. When Vladimir Putin began his illegal war in Ukraine, St. Catharines residents, along with the Ukrainian community, stood up to do whatever they could. The outpouring of support continues to grow, with many wanting to assist however they can. St. John's Ukrainian Catholic Church has been filled with needed supplies, and more than 1,000 boxes are currently en route to Ukraine. For those who would like to still assist, monetary donations are needed as the cost of shipping goods is high. Donations can be made in person or online at the church's website. I'd like to thank all the volunteers and residents during this difficult time, and I'd like to highlight Irene Newton for her work not only during this crisis, but always ensuring that the voice of Ukraine and the Ukrainian Canadian community is heard in St. Catharines. Slava Ukraini!
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, today I wish to highlight Quebec's Intellectual Disability Week, which is now underway from March 20th to 26th. This year's campaign theme is focused on making prejudices a thing of the past. It's a reminder that we still need, even today, to fight the prejudices that those with intellectual disabilities must face every day. What can we do? Well, we must ensure that they have every means necessary in place to facilitate their inclusion. And we need to make sure that their families and support networks have the tools and help they need. I would like to conclude by congratulating the Quebec Intellectual Disability Society, which is marking its 70th anniversary this year. Your work is extraordinary and necessary. From the bottom of my heart, thank you.
The Honourable Member for Brampton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 82 years ago today, on March 23, 1940, thousands of Muslims from all over the Indian subcontinent gathered in Lahore. They had one dream, one vision, and one mission. A resolution was passed calling for the creation of a separate homeland for Muslims in British India. Exactly 16 years later, on March 23, 1956, Pakistan adopted its first constitution during the transition of the dominion of the Pakistan to the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, making Pakistan the world's first Islamic republic. Pakistan Day, or Pakistan Resolution Day, also known as a Republic Day, is a public holiday celebrated annually on March 23rd in Pakistan and by the Pakistani diaspora around the world. I invite all members of this House and all Canadians who join in congratulating the people of Pakistan on the celebration of these two seminal dates in the celebration and the creation of Pakistan. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Mission Masquet, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to stand here today to congratulate one of my constituents upon her retirement at the end of March, Deborah Arnott. As a strong First Nation leader with deep roots in the Fraser Canyon, for the last 30 years, Deborah has been serving the region as General Manager of Community Future's Sun Country. Throughout her tenure, her passion and business acumen bolstered local entrepreneurs and helped them to build up economic development in the Fraser Canyon. I'm sure that many businesses in Cache Creek, Ashcroft, Lytton and Lillooet and surrounding First Nations will join me in thanking Deb for her years of service, the relationships she fostered, and her endless support for the region. She is a force in our community and will be greatly missed. Thank you, Deborah, for all of your hard work, seeing businesses through some of the greatest crises we have ever faced, including the Elephant Hill wildfire, the global pandemic, Lytton wildfires, and major floods. Congratulations on your very well-deserved retirement, and I wish you all the best of successes moving forward.
The Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
On February 24, 2022, Russia invaded Ukraine. Millions began to be displaced, thousands killed, and people's lives turned upside down. But Canadians rolled up their sleeves and opened their hearts. In my hometown of Surrey, I received a call from our local community activist, philanthropist, and Dr. Gulzar Singh Chima, saying the community wants to help. Quickly, Kulinder Sangera of Red FM and Billa Sandhu of Sanja TV stepped up and consulted with Alex of the Canada-Ukraine Foundation, and on March 7th did a radio and telethon raising over $300,000 in less than 8 hours. Special thanks to all my colleagues in this House who crossed party lines, called, donated, and encouraged Canadians to donate. And also to Jadi Sidhu and all the volunteers from Red FM, Sanja TV, and Canada Ukraine Foundation who attended calls, processed donations. My huge gratitude to the people of Surrey for stepping up. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Newmarket Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize 3 young brothers in my riding of Newmarket Aurora. Jake, Nathan, and Owen, for their compassion and their desire to make a positive difference. Mr. Speaker, I'm wearing one of their buttons for Ukraine, which they designed and produced to seek donations. In just 2 weeks, they raised over $8,000, with donations being made directly to the Canadian Red Cross to support their relief efforts. There's no price on these buttons, but people are encouraged to donate what they can in order to receive a button. Jake, Nathan, and Owen have asked that these buttons be worn until the war is over in order to honor the sacrifices and the courage of the Ukrainian people. These young lads can be reached on Twitter at Buttons4Ukraine, or if any of my colleagues would like any further information, please reach out to my office. Mr. Speaker, these young Canadians never fail to inspire me. Our future in Canada is bright. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Brantford-Brant.
Mr. Speaker, the cost of living continues to be a gut punch to my constituents in Brantford-Brant and all hardworking Canadians. Food costs are up 7.4%, gasoline 32.3% in just 1 year. The housing affordability crisis has become even worse, with the biggest month-over-month hike since April of '83. To add insult to injury, the new NDP Liberal government is pushing ahead with several tax hikes, including the carbon tax. And what does the NDP Prime Minister have to say to the elderly, young parents, and many others in my riding? They don't want to hear the old speaking points about Canada's recovery and our credit rating. They need immediate relief now. Instead, Canadians can expect new unprecedented expenses from the NDP Liberal government that will drive inflation even higher. What nonsense and how irresponsible. Mr. Speaker, it is time for this NDP Prime Minister to stop punishing hardworking families and start making the decisions with fiscal responsibility. Thank you.
The honourable member for London West.
Mr. Speaker, access to quality, affordable housing helps create a stable environment for children by reducing frequent family moves, stability, and well-being of families. I am proud to see the many investments happening across the country to continue to address housing needs. I want to highlight a good story in my riding of London West, where a recent opening of 61 units housing built took place. Thanks to the $7.5 million investment from the Government of Canada's Rapid Housing Initiative, in partnership with the St. Leonard's Community Services, the units will house families and youth that were either experiencing homelessness or that were in shelters. Indigenous people, individuals coming from domestic abuse, as well as individuals that have been in emergency shelter or in winter response sites. The Rapid Housing Initiative, in its quest, is to help communities in London and across Canada, and is building back better by creating more jobs in the construction and housing sectors, which grows the middle class and gets closer to eliminating chronic homelessness in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Chatham, Kent, Leamington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In many ways, Ukraine is us, and we are Ukraine. Canada has the largest Ukrainian community outside of Ukraine and Russia. We are one in our opposition to illegal invasions, one in our shared value that democracy and freedom best serve a country's citizens. We shouldn't describe what's happening there as a war, because a war implies two aggressors. Russia alone has illegally invaded Ukraine, and in so doing jeopardized Ukraine's ability to produce food and Russia's ability to export food because of sanctions rightfully imposed. As someone very familiar with agriculture and agri-food, Ukraine and Russia's agricultural community and their systems account for 30% of the exports of the world's wheat, 17% of corn, 32% of barley, and 75% of the world's sunflower cooking oil. If we lose Ukraine, we lose one of our best chances to preserve world order against an escalating torrent of destructive madness. Slava Ukraini.
The honourable member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are being hit with the highest inflation rate in a generation, and costs are skyrocketing. Wages are not keeping up, and it's getting harder and harder to make ends meet. From the cost of gas, groceries, and to everything else, the scheduled carbon tax on April 1st will only exacerbate this problem. The affordability crisis in this country is being fueled by this Liberal government. And now, with the NDP sharing the reins, it will lead to even higher taxes, more debt, and even less accountability. Canadians are being pushed to the brink. And Mr. Speaker, they need some relief. From cancelling the carbon tax increase, scrapping it entirely, or providing a GST holiday on gasoline and diesel, there are common sense solutions that can help Canadians today. Mr. Speaker, this NDP Liberal government needs to leave money where it belongs, and that's in the pockets of hardworking Canadians. Thank you.
The honourable member for Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm proud to stand in the House today to acknowledge the extraordinary resilience and positivity of my neighbor in Milton, Erin Rigglesworth. Erin is 42, a wife to Eric, a mother to 2 awesome kids. She's an awesome school teacher, a very competitive runner, and a friend. And in December of 2020, she was diagnosed with breast cancer that has spread rapidly and has been deemed incurable. Since receiving this devastating news, Erin did what she always does, and she fought. She continues to undergo intense treatment at Princess Margaret Hospital, and the Erin's Army GoFundMe has raised close to $25,000. Wow. And they've pledged to any money that's left over once she's healthy and cured will be donated to cancer research. Amazing. This is a reminder that even in the face of unimaginable heartbreak, there remains great power and hope, that bravery can inspire us all. My thoughts continue to be with Erin and her family and friends, and I want her to know that her heroic example, while incredibly difficult, has inspired so many. All of my neighbors in Milton and so many more across this country are with you, and we're proud soldiers on Erin's Army. Erin, keep fighting. We're with you.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
London and across Canada continue to face an increase in gender-based violence. Pleas from women's organizations have gone unanswered, and they have been told to wait for a national action plan that is now 6 years overdue. The crisis is now. In London, we have an amazing resource to support women called Innova that provides shelter, support, counseling, and resources for abused women. They have said that because of the lack of beds, they have had to turn away women almost 1,800 times last year, while also seeing an increase of over 53% in gender-based violence. The federal government needs to establish sustainable annual core funding. They need to establish survivor-centered changes to the justice system and invest in long-term housing for women fleeing violence. We must face gender-based violence head-on, but these amazing women's organizations on the front line can't do it alone. They need the government to reject austerity measures, move beyond planning, and to finally deliver action and the dollars they need to save lives.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes, Verchères. Mr. Speaker, on March 11th, Quebec and Varennes lost one of the greats, the actor Yves Trudel. While most Quebecers will remember him for his role as Mayo, for his family and friends, he was a man of integrity, erudite and intelligent. His dramatic arts students in particular benefited from his teachings. An incorrigible joker, he never missed an opportunity to make you a bit uncomfortable to test your perspicacity. His role as Bob Graton touched us as Quebecers and made us laugh. Seeing him as the bumbling mechanic with his ever-present cigar and his famous skidoo toque is now part of our collective memory in Quebec. Beyond the jokes and the caricatures, it's important to remember that the goal of the character was to illustrate the Quebec condition and to remind us of the importance of fighting for our identity, our culture, and our national emancipation. To the patriot Yves Trudel, thank you. Thank you for Mayo. Thank you from Quebec.
The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Mr. Speaker, a majority mandate is won by crisscrossing the country, listening to Canadians, and earning their trust at the polls. People in Regina Louvain are in disbelief that the Prime Minister has created his own majority mandate in the shadowy backrooms of Ottawa. Canadians are upset and sending a clear message. They did not vote for an NDP Liberal government. Now that the ink is dry on the official agreement, the NDP can stop pretending this dangerous coalition has not existed for years. People want answers. The Prime Minister needs to come clean on how much his majority will cost Canadians. How much does it cost for the member of Burnaby South to once again sell out his party's principles? Mr. Speaker, this NDP Liberal government will be the most reckless and expensive in our country's history. People in Regina Louvain are already paying too much for everyday essentials like food and fuel. And with the Prime Minister's deceptive deal, that pain is only going to get worse for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Charles Lemoine. Mr. Speaker, it's very difficult for all of us to look at the terrible images we're seeing from Ukraine. And I know that this is particularly true for the members of the Canadian Armed Forces and their families. As the mother of a son who was deployed to Ukraine under Operation Unifier, I know firsthand the incredible role that our Canadian Armed Forces have played in helping the Ukrainian Defense Forces prepare for this moment when they are fighting for the defense of their country. Canadians are both horrified by the senseless violence that we've seen from Ukraine and also inspired by the determination of the Ukrainian army and the people of Ukraine. As they defend their country, Canada stands in solidarity with the people of Ukraine and with their courageous president, and we will continue to be there for them. Thank you to the members of the Canadian Armed Forces. Thank you.
Oral questions, question orale, the honorable leader of the official opposition.
Were shocked to find out that they are now being governed by an NDP Liberal coalition government, an alliance of high tax, high spend, and extreme ideology proponents. But what Canadians don't know is what are the details of the agreement. Now, we did see a press release yesterday, but that was all. So I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, is there a signed agreement between the...
C'était quelque chose de... La traduction se fasse pas?
Non, pour tout le début de la phrase.
Okay, so la traduction se fait pas?
There was no interpretation for the very beginning.
The translation will get moving. Is there translation happening here at the same time? Translation? I'll have the leader start a question again. The honorable leader of the official opposition.
Yesterday, as I was saying, Canadians were shocked to find out they are being governed by an NDP Liberal coalition government, an alliance of high tax, high spend, and extreme ideology proponents. But, Mr. Speaker, what Canadians don't know are what are the details of this agreement. We saw a press release yesterday, but no actual details. Is there a signed agreement between the Liberals and the NDP, and will they make it public? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it was clear in the last election what Canadians wanted as a priority. Action on growing the economy, expanding the middle class and making sure that people can join, making sure that we have affordable childcare, that we expand healthcare services. And all of these things are at the core of what, when we came to power 6 months ago, we said we wanted to work with other parties on. Now, I know because I was there when the Conservatives were in a minority government, they didn't work with other parties. It's an unusual concept for them, but there's the opportunity that they have today to work collaboratively in Parliament to get things done. That's our objective.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, there is a signed agreement somewhere that they are hiding. Part of the deal struck by the Liberals and NDP creates a new executive committee of the government. This secret committee is made up of NDP and Liberal members, and it excludes the opposition. That is an executive committee of government. So who is on that executive committee? And again, will the Liberals and the NDP make this agreement public for Canadians and for this House?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there is every opportunity for us to all work together, and I think that that is exactly the spirit that was expected after the last election. The Canadians wanted to see stability. They wanted to see results. They wanted to see us focus on getting things done. And as the member will well know, we continue to have worked together on a great number of issues, and that opportunity will continue in the future. But what this means is that Parliament can have stability, that yes, we have differences, and some of those differences are very big, but that doesn't mean that we should put our partisan differences in front of getting the business of the nation done, and that's what this deal is about.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
High tax, high spend, and higher cost for everything is all that this NDP Liberal government will be delivering for Canadians. This backroom secret deal will cost Canadians an additional $200 billion, and that's not even counting the April 1st tax hike that is coming. Risky social experiments are not what Canadians need. They need their rent paid, they need food in their fridge, they need gas in their tanks. Will the Prime Minister tell Canadians how much this nightmare of a socialist secret deal will cost Canadians?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I was there for three minority governments with Stephen Harper, and what we saw was a complete railroading of the opposition, no interest in working with other parties. And not only that, we saw the most stagnant, dead economic growth the country had seen over that period of time that we had seen historically. And what we've seen now is Canada leading in economic growth, leading in job creation, leading in climate action. And what we're focused on, Mr. Speaker, is working with any party that is willing to work with us to get the business of the nation done. So I would suggest to the Conservatives, there's an opportunity, break from their usual mold, which is attack, attack, attack.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, this NDP Liberal Prime Minister has repeatedly demonstrated his lack of respect for our Parliament. We learned that behind closed doors, he created parallel secret committees to manage budgets, the work of the House and committees, and even bills. These secret committees will have the power to decide whether to tax Canadians, spend, run deficits, and impose decisions on the provinces. Will this NDP Liberal Prime Minister and his coalition Deputy Prime Minister reveal who the MPs will be on these committees as well as this agreement? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, it's a bit rich to hear the Conservatives talk about lacking respect for Parliament. They were the ones who wrote a book about how to vandalize House of Commons committees when they were in power. Mr. Speaker, we have been clear. Canadians elected a minority parliament, and they want MPs to collaborate. I know that may be shocking to the Conservatives, but that's exactly what we will do in the interest of Canadians. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. All right, let's discuss the last elections. 90% of Quebecers rejected the NDP, and its expenses during the last election. And the ink has barely dried on the agreement before the Premier of Quebec said that it won't be so easy for this coalition to negotiate with Quebec. How can this coalition support such an agreement at the expense of Quebec jurisdiction? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives spend so much time arguing between themselves that they are not capable of fathoming the concept of an agreement between two parties. For them, an agreement between parties is like climate change. It doesn't exist, Mr. Speaker. It's not a thing. What we want is stability to deliver for Quebecers and Canadians. And that's something that the Conservatives just can't understand. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, Quebec will not let this neoliberal coalition weaken its powers and its capacity to make its own choices as a nation. All the parties in the Quebec National Assembly agree, whether it be health, housing, early childhood, or other things. It's Quebec jurisdiction. According to the Premier of Quebec, we have two parties here that are very centralizing, the Liberal Party and the NDP, which want to impose their vision on all provinces. But it won't be that easy. Why does this new liberal coalition, why is it trying to argue with the provinces instead of collaborating respectfully? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, if we were looking to pick a fight, we would ask the Bloc Québécois to guide us. They are the ones who are experts at picking a fight. Mr. Speaker, I understand the Bloc Québécois' frustration. We were elected to this Parliament to collaborate and to move forward the interests of all Canadians on issues as important as public health, housing, and so on. And that's exactly what we will do. Of course, while respecting provincial jurisdiction. That is what I do every day in my work as a minister, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, when you're the only one who is right, it's always because you're wrong. Once again, let's hear what the government of Quebec said. A lot of our revenues end up in the federal tax system. That money belongs to us. We have a right to it, unconditionally, and to use according to our needs. Mr. Speaker, that's what the Liberals and their Orange Farm team are forgetting. It's not their money. It's Quebecers' money. It belongs to them. And it's an area of Quebec jurisdiction. So with all this in mind, will they ensure that there is a right for withdrawal with full compensation? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker. Well, listen, the Bloc Québécois are the international champions of picking fights. They are the champions of that. They come here to fight with us. So how can we ask them to understand that some people want to work together? And so the fact that we want to sit down and talk about social housing, that's good for Quebec. Fighting climate change is good for Quebec. Helping workers is good for Quebec. But unfortunately, it's bad for the Bloc Québécois.
The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, costs keep going up. Housing, gas, groceries, and Canadians are struggling. People are hurting while the ultra-rich continue to get richer. Yesterday, the members of this House voted on a proposed tax to excess profits of those oil companies, big box stores, and banks who are getting richer off the backs of Canadians. When will this government take leadership and tax those who need to and stop taxing Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I respect the honourable colleague for her question. And building a fairer and more inclusive economy that works for all Canadians has been a central focus for our government since we first took office, and we appreciate the NDP's intent behind this Opposition Day motion. But let's remember our record on supporting the middle class, providing more pandemic supports for Canadians and businesses in Bill C-2, stopping the Canada Child Benefit from going to millionaires in order to send more money to 9 out of 10 families, investments to combat international tax measures. We will keep focusing on affordability, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, a lot of people are suffering. People are feeling pain at the pump. At a time when big oil companies are raking in record profits, produce, meat, groceries in general are more and more expensive for families. At a time when CEOs are bathing in their millions. It is time to ensure that these ultra-rich people pay their fair share, and that we use that money to help those who are struggling. When will the Liberals finally add a 3% tax on the excessive profits of those who are getting rich on the backs of the public?
The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Building a fairer and more affordable country for Canadians is part of our mandate as a government. We appreciate the spirit of the NDP motion yesterday, but we also need to note that we have made life more affordable for Canadians. We have raised our support for the Canada Child Benefit, we have raised taxes on the wealthy, and we have increased our investment in the CRA. So we will continue to make life more affordable for Canadians.
Mission Mascot, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, at the end of 2021, Canadian home prices were 19% above the borrowing capacity of medium-income households. By summer 2022, it is expected to reach a level that is 38% higher than what most borrowers can afford. This is despite the fact that this government has earmarked $72 billion for housing. When there are no real outcomes we can point to except an affordability crisis, why is this NDP Liberal government intent on spending Canadians into oblivion?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
That party in this House faces a leadership problem. They don't even have the term affordable housing in their plans. They vote against every measure that comes before this House to enable Canadians to access their home. And I hope the honourable member talks to his colleague from Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry, who quote-unquote said our government should pull back from the National Housing Strategy. That same member said that we should stop the first-time home buyer incentive. How dare they talk about home ownership when they want us to move back from those measures?
The Honourable Member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
In the last 2 weeks, BC crab fishermen off Tofino have had 50% of their quota expropriated and given to others without compensation. maritime elver fishermen had their quota expropriated and given away without compensation last week. The NDP Liberal marriage ceremony is over. The Tofino honeymoon is on. But it's the fishermen being hurt by the consummation of this marriage. Will they listen to the NDP government member from Courtenay, Alberni, who called on his government to fairly compensate fishermen for this expropriation?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Oh, this would be great.
Mr. Speaker, the Nuu-chah-Nulth nations are working collaboratively with our government to advance, and we are advancing reconciliation with them, recognizing their inherent right to fish. And as it is with the moderate livelihood rights of nations with respect to the elver. So we are working with industry to negotiate solutions that are acceptable to all parties as we move forward with reconciliation obligations.
Here, here.
The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday Conservatives came to Parliament to talk about giving Canadians a break from record high gas prices. Yesterday, the Prime Minister came to Parliament to talk about giving himself a break thanks to a backroom deal with the NDP. A GST cut at the pumps would help millions of Canadians struggling with the highest inflation levels in 30 years. As every Member of Parliament is hearing calls from constituents who want a break, will the Prime Minister allow a free vote for his MPs? And if so, will he extend the courtesy to his coalition partners in the NDP?
The Honourable Minister of Tourism and Associate Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Honourable Member for his question. Mr. Speaker, I filled up at the pumps last week and I understand the situation that Canadians are facing. As my colleague knows, the rising of the prices at the pumps is due to the tragic situation unfolding in Ukraine. The problem with the Conservative plan, Mr. Speaker, is that it wouldn't work. There's no guarantee that Canadians would see a reduction at the pumps. There's nothing to prevent gas companies from absorbing that cost. While the other side is fighting amongst itself to pick a leader, we're going to focus on affordability for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Putin's war machine is funded by Russian oil and gas production and exports. Ukrainians are suffering as a result. The NDP Liberal agreement includes an ominous line about phasing out public financing for Canada's energy sector. This is music to Putin's ears. Absolutely. Will the NDP Liberal government support the expansion of Canada's ethical and environmentally responsible energy so it can replace Putin's oil and gas around the world?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister.
For her question. As she knows, we've announced the Government of Canada will ban crude oil imports from Russia until further notice. She also knows that according to the Canada Energy Regulator over the last couple of years, Canada's imported very little crude oil from Russia at all. We also realize the impact that this is having around the world, and we are working with our counterparts, and we will do what we need to do to ensure that Canadians are protected and that we support the people of Ukraine.
The Honourable Member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Mr. Speaker, the carbon tax is a punitive, ineffective, and unnecessary tax that disproportionately hurts rural and small-town Canadians, including seniors. Whether it's the rising cost of living, soaring inflation, interest rates hikes, $2 a litre gasoline, or an average home cost doubling, Canadians are feeling the pain and they're needing relief now. Mr. Speaker, with this new NDP Liberal government cooked up in the back rooms, how much more pain can Canadians expect at the pumps, grocery stores, and in their pocketbooks?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, we all know that putting a price on carbon is one of the most effective ways to reduce emissions. And if they won't take it for the Parliamentary Budget Officer or the International Monetary Funds, maybe...
Now, order. I'll have order. I'll let the minister respond. I will let him restart.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. As we all know, putting a price on carbon is one of the most effective ways of fighting climate change. And if the Conservative won't take it from the Parliamentary Budget Officer or the International Monetary Fund, then maybe they will take it from the member for New Brunswick Southwest, who asked his own province, the Conservative member for New Brunswick Southwest, who asked his own province to implement the federal pricing system, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Lévis.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Mr. Speaker, this new NDP Liberal government is concerning, especially when it comes to the next 4 budgets. Canadians are struggling every day to make ends meet. Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister tell us if the new colours of the new Liberal NDP party, orange and red, represent what Canadians will shortly be experiencing? Hellish suffering.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my very passionate colleague for his question. Let's look at the facts. On this side of the House, we have recuperated 112% of the jobs lost during the pandemic. We have introduced a child care benefit to help families. We have offered more support to seniors. We have increased the Canada Child Benefit. And at the same time as the Conservatives are arguing among themselves and trying to find a new leader, we will be helping all Canadians. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the government of Quebec tabled its budget. It announced that it will lack $6 billion in the health area every year because the federal government is not doing its part. And it's reiterating the message, picking a fight, supposedly, that all the provinces have been saying for 2 years, that we need to raise health transfers unconditionally to 35% of costs. That's what all premiers are asking for, and they want the government to negotiate. If the federal government can find the time to negotiate with the NDP, will it find time to negotiate with the provinces? The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to answer that question. I would also like to remind us that $73 billion was used to support health and safety for all Canadians, including Quebecers, in addition to the $45 billion made through the Canada Health Transfer, which will be increasing, as well as the $4 billion we announced last year to address delays in various medical procedures, and $5 billion additionally that were invested over the last few years. And if there are more questions, I have more to add. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, everyone is asking for healthcare transfers to be increased unconditionally. It's completely unanimous. Quebec, all of the provinces, Liberal, NDP, or Conservative, all of them, without exception, want health transfers to be increased. That's a consensus, Mr. Speaker. When you decide to go against a unanimous consensus, I'm sorry to say it, but you're the one who's picking a fight. So, I'd like to ask the government and its Orange Farm team, why is it trying to pick a fight instead of joining the consensus and increasing healthcare transfers unconditionally?
Honourable Ministre de Santé.
The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, the Bloc Québécois is asking for transfers, and we are sending transfers. $3 billion announced in the last budget to support the health and dignity of our seniors in long-term care centres in Quebec and elsewhere. $1 billion to help the provinces and territories to implement vaccination programs. $300 million to help the provinces pay for the vaccine passport systems that they've been using very, very effectively recently. And I have even more to add.
For Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are 2 tax increases happening on April 1st, excise tax and carbon tax. The carbon tax will basically increase the cost of anything shipped or heated, and both will add to the 5.7% inflation. People can't keep up. And yet yesterday, the Associate Finance Minister said a temporary pause on taxes won't help Canadians at the pumps. As other jurisdictions have, will the NDP Liberal Prime Minister have some empathy for Canadian families and small businesses, do the math, and cancel the April Fool's Day carbon tax increase?
The Honourable Minister of Tourism and Associate Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for her question, and we understand the affordability challenge that Canadians are facing. Let us remember that inflation is a global phenomenon, that energy prices, supply shocks, the war on Ukraine is causing prices to rise. On this side of the House, we will keep focusing on affordability, and without our fiscal prudence, Canada's GDP would have declined by 8 further points, the unemployment rate would have risen by another 3.2 percentage points, and we would not have recovered over 3 million jobs lost at the height of the pandemic.
L'honorable député de Beauce.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, the cost of living crisis is affecting people in Beauce every day. Inflation is at record levels, and Canadians are having trouble making ends meet. Right now in Beauce, gas costs nearly $1.80 a litre. In my riding, we don't have the luxury of public transit, so there's even more of an impact. Will this NDP Liberal government vote with us after QP to eliminate GST in order to help people and small businesses to get their lives back on track? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague for his question. We know that Canadians are facing an increase in gas prices. As my colleague knows, energy prices are going up because of the tragic war in Ukraine. We also know that the Conservative plan would not work, Mr. Speaker, because there is no guarantee that reducing GST would be transferred to consumers. On this side of the House, we will focus on real solutions, not on bizarre Conservative suggestions.
Honourable Member for Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, we all know who is hurting the economy the most, the Prime Minister, his Liberal government, and now with blind support from the NDP. They have spent the most to achieve the least and have no intention to balance the budget. Since this government was first elected, our great country is gradually losing its wealth and Canada's middle class is shrinking. Now their failure to control spending drives the cost of living to record heights. When will this NDP Liberal government give Canadians a break and cancel the planned tax increases on April the 1st?
The Honourable Minister of Tourism and Associate Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable member for his question. Let us set forth some facts. $511 billion invested in Canadians during the height of the pandemic. 3 million jobs and more recovered since the height of the pandemic. The inflation that we are experiencing is a global phenomenon. We will keep focusing on affordability. While the Canadians fight amongst themselves to pick a leader, we're going to focus on Canadians and putting more money in their pockets.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, this government is presiding over Canada's highest inflation rate in a generation, fueled by structural deficits that were baked in before COVID, out-of-control spending, monetary expansion, and an ever-increasing carbon tax. The Bank of Canada recently confirmed that the carbon tax alone is responsible for driving up inflation by nearly 0.5%. Will this NDP Liberal government commit today to cancel this year's carbon tax increase and give consumers a break?
The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Speaker, speaking of giving Canadians a break, come provinces where the carbon pricing is being applied by the federal government. In Ontario, households will receive $745. In Manitoba, $830. In Saskatchewan, $1,100, Mr. Speaker, and almost as much in Alberta. The carbon pricing is working for Canadians and to reduce emissions, where the Conservatives have no plan whatsoever to fight climate change, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Over 3.6 million people have fled Putin's destruction in Ukraine and are desperately trying to unite with friends and family and find safety, including here in Canada. Even though older identity documents are supposed to be recognized in the fast-tracked visa process, Ukrainians with an older internal passport are unable to complete the government's online application process. My constituent is having a hard time getting a visa for his 83-year-old mother. Will the minister take swift action to ensure older identity documents are recognized through the government's online emergency visa application process?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question and for her sincere concern for the well-being of those who are fleeing unimaginable circumstances in Ukraine. We've now seen more than 10,000 Ukrainians arrive in Canada since the beginning of this calendar year, and we're going to continue to do more to promote and facilitate the safe transport of people to Canada as quickly as possible. With respect to outdated travel documents, we contemplated this possibility during the program design and are working to issue single-journey travel documents for those who do not have a valid passport. I would be pleased to continue to work with any member of this House who identifies problems along the way, because as this system develops for the first time, we want to make sure it continues to operate smoothly to welcome as many people here as quickly as possible. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, Ukrainians are fleeing the horrific attacks in their country, and they are vulnerable. They are seniors, they are mothers with children. The open work permit won't help these people because they may not be able to work. Mothers will need access to daycare, and they will need money to pay for it. In many cases, they may not want to leave their children who've been deeply traumatized. Canada must provide air and ground transportation to help Ukrainians get to Canada and then support them when they're here. This is urgent. Will the minister commit immediately to financial support for Ukrainians when they arrive in Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, again, I'd like to thank this member for her advocacy for the well-being of those fleeing Ukraine as well. With respect, her point regarding the open work permit, I would like to point out that nearly 80% of those who've applied to come through the Canada-Ukraine authorization for emergency travel have also applied for the open work permit that we've made them eligible for. With respect to supports for people in terms of getting here and once they land, we're working right now with nonprofit partners, with private sector donors, with airlines to sort out some of the very issues that she's raised in her question. We are working around the clock across ministries with partners in provincial jurisdictions and on the ground in Canadian communities so we can maximize the extraordinary goodwill we are seeing coming from Canadians who want to do their part.
Member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, rising inflation is presenting real challenges for my constituents in Scarborough Centre, especially seniors on fixed incomes and families with young children, already challenged by high housing prices. The rising cost of groceries and other daily necessities is making it harder for families to put healthy and nutritious food on the table for their children. Could the Associate Minister of Finance please tell us what the government is doing to help these families having to make difficult choices between healthy food and paying rent?
The Honourable Minister of Tourism and Associate Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague from Scarborough Centre for her exceptional work on this file. Thanks to the historic investments in Budget 21, and thanks to the incredible work of the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development, we now have early learning and childcare agreements with 9 provinces and 3 territories. This means across the country, Canadians are already saving over $5,000 a year. Savings for family in BC, in Nova Scotia, in Manitoba, in Newfoundland and Labrador, and in my own province of Alberta. We continue to work hard every day to make high-quality childcare affordable for all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians who choose to join Ukraine's Foreign Legion would do so at great risk for themselves. They should not have to worry about prosecution in Canada. According to the Foreign Enlistment Act, it is against the law for a Canadian to fight against a friendly foreign state, but the Act contains no definition or list regarding who is a friendly foreign state. So could the Attorney General simply clearly state for the purposes of this Act that Russia is not considered a friendly foreign state?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, obviously we know that Ukraine is at war and that we need to make sure that we help Ukraine to defend itself. Now, I've been clear, and the travel advisory on Canada's website is clear. We need to make sure that if people are in Ukraine, they need to shelter. And at the same time, we've been clear since February 1st that should Canadians be in Ukraine, they should be leaving the country. And we've been clear also that Canadians should not go to Ukraine. That being said, we know that this is a personal choice on the part of many Canadians, and I look forward to working with my colleague on this issue. Thank you.
Honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope we'll get some clarity at some point on that specific question. Now, a defining challenge for democracies in many parts of the world is energy security. Fueling democracy and protecting the international rules-based order requires Canada to step up and do our part to help our partners kick Putin's gas out of their supply chains. Does the NDP Liberal government recognize that supplying energy to fellow democracies is critical for global security?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The current situation in Ukraine underscores the importance of energy security of our allies in Europe and around the world. Our country is in a secure position in terms of energy supply, and as Europe works to address the geopolitical and social economic challenges presented by the Russian invasion of Ukraine, we are considering all measures to preserve energy supply chains in Canada and, where possible, worldwide.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, in Operations Committee, Public Works admitted the government might delay the selection of a replacement fighter jet for an additional 12 months, because apparently 6 years delay is not enough. Now, when we asked Public Works if they'd received any directions from the Liberal NDP government to speed up the process in light of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the answer was a simple nope. Wow. So what is this government's plan for our Air Force in this time of crisis? Go shopping on eBay for more gently used CF-18s?
The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Speaker, I thank the member for the question. Our government has been strong and consistent in delivering on its promise to replace Canada's existing fighter jet fleet through an open, fair, and transparent process. We are delivering real progress in purchasing 88 advanced fighter jets for our Canadian military. This is a rigorous assessment process. We're going to continue to support the Royal Canadian Air Force in their efforts to keep Canadians safe with equipment that meets their standards, and we're going to do this in a very responsible way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister likes to say Canada's back, but last week I was in Poland at the Ukrainian border, and Canada was nowhere to be found. Thousands of Ukrainian refugees are flooding through border towns like Medyka, where they are given humanitarian aid from around the world, including countries as small as Uzbekistan. Other nations are doing their part. Canada has almost no presence on the ground. The only maple leaf you could find was the one on my jacket. Why is this Liberal NDP government offering no visible support to the Ukrainian people in their time of need?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I respectfully disagree with the member. In fact, myself and other members, we were actually on the ground as well, where I got to visit actually Poland, Moldova, Romania, and other countries as well. In fact, we actually not only have a team on the ground coordinating with USAID, the EU, and United Nations, we have been on a daily conversation to making sure that humanitarian support is getting to the right people. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, for 4 weeks now, the Bloc has been working with the government to welcome Ukrainian refugees. But now we're fed up. It's unacceptable that the minister has not yet chartered flights to pick up refugee families. Air Transit has volunteered for the job, but they're just waiting for the minister to give them the green light. And there are other airlines that were bailed out with billions of dollars by this government. The minister could ask them to do their share. Will he finally pony up and install an air bridge this week?
Of immigration.
The Canada will offer refuge to refugees. Canada has welcomed almost 10,000 Ukrainians, and last week we have announced measures to help Ukrainians to come to Canada easier, and this is safely.
Not just to give them permission to apply to Canada, but to do what we can to facilitate their arrival. We're having conversations in real time with private sector players, with provinces and territories, and others who can facilitate their arrival in Canada as quickly as possible. I'm going to continue my work on this file until we see additional Ukrainians come beyond the 10,000 who have already arrived.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, that answer is no longer acceptable. For the minister to give this House a hollow answer, that's one thing, we're used to it. But for him to give a hollow answer to Ukrainian women and their children who are stuck in Poland without a penny in their pockets, that's something else. The minister has no right to tell refugees that Canada will help them and then tell them, get out of there on your own. When is the minister going to make a deal with the airlines? When? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, would dare suggest that it's not a hollow answer to the 10,000 Ukrainians who are already in Canada or the tens of thousands of more who've applied or will be welcomed to Canada in the future. We are having these conversations in real time, including with airlines, including with provinces and territories, including with private sector contributors, including with service providers on the ground. We will work every day to do everything we can to help the people who are fleeing this war. It is the just and honorable thing to do when we're dealing with such a war of aggression. Canada will play its part, including by welcoming as many Ukrainians who are fleeing this war of aggression as possible.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Aides-Chemin-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government was so preoccupied with wrapping up its alliance with the NDP secretly that it forgot to lift health measures like other G7 countries are doing. Vigilance does not mean rigidity or stubbornness. When will the government, this neoliberal government, reevaluate the remaining federal measures? The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This will allow me to thank, like we'd all like to do every day, the 30 million Canadians who did get vaccinated over the past year. We're talking about millions of doses that were administered by thousands of healthcare workers, people who went out and got vaccinated, and they also protected those who are around them. Some members on the Conservative side are not wearing their mask, and a politician can't tell us when COVID-19 will end.
For Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is a tale of two governments. Provincial governments use real science to make decisions and have lifted their COVID mandates. But here in Ottawa, the NDP Liberal government relies on political science and refuses to end COVID mandates, making some Canadians second-class citizens. These Canadians can't fly, they can't cross an international border, or keep their job in the military simply because they don't want a voluntary vaccine. Mr. Speaker, when will the NDP Liberal government follow the lead of the provincial governments, listen to the science, and end the federal COVID mandates?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And based on the earlier congratulations and thank you to Canadians, let me point to one more number, 135,000. That's the number of avoidable deaths that we saw in the United States over the last few months. Avoidable because they would have been avoided if Americans had done as well as we did in Canada, that is to vaccinate everywhere. 135,000 people dying in the U.S. because of not having been vaccinated as we did in Canada. I think it's a good way to, again, to signal our gratefulness to all those Canadians who did the right thing.
The Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. O'Hearn is a 79-year-old senior living in Hastings, Lennox and Addington. He desperately wants to visit his grandchildren in the U.S. But there's a problem. He doesn't have a computer, a cell phone, nor an email address. He has no ability to comply with the Canadian Border Service Agency's ArriveCan requirement. Mr. Speaker, why is this NDP Liberal government not supporting fully vaccinated Canadians like Mr. O'Hearn and thousands of other Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And since I like numbers, and since I believe the opposition also likes science and numbers, let me quote two more. $1,600 and $4 billion. The fact that we had, in the last few months, vaccination mandates at the federal and provincial level made Canadians avoid 1,600 deaths. No, 1,600 people who are now alive, living with their families, enjoying time with their friends, working, no, just living, and $4 billion of costs that were averted because of that.
Order. No, we like to hear the answers as well. The honourable member for Sudbury.
Mr. Speaker, our government understands how important it is to support our young people earlier in their careers. This is especially true when it comes to the next generation of farmers. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture inform us what the government is doing to support knowledge transfer and engage the young people who will shape the future of agriculture? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to thank the member for her hard work in her writing. The next generation of farmers is indeed critical to the prosperity of this sector, and it's very important that we support them. I'm pleased to say that yesterday we announced the new group of young talent that will be participating in the Next Gen Agricultural Mentorship Program in Saskatchewan. Young Canadians are the ones who will shape the future of agriculture, and we all have a stake in their learning from experienced mentors. Through the Next Gen program, our government is supporting knowledge transfer to put the next generation of farmers on the right track to successful careers.
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Here. Mr. Speaker, last fall, terror struck my community of Vanderhoof. A lone gunman hunted and opened fire on RCMP. He unloaded over 20 rounds into our detachment. The mental and emotional trauma of that day still remains. These are men and women from across all backgrounds who believe in our country and our laws so much so that they put their lives in jeopardy each and every day. Yet, unbelievably, to this day, 5 months later, shamefully, no one from the federal government or the Minister of Public Safety has reached out to see if they're okay. Can the Prime Minister please comment and tell us why he refuses and ignores our community?
Good question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And I'd like to extend to the honourable member my condolences, and every member in this House who thank the RCMP members who go to work every day to protect Canadians, to keep us safe. No one should go to work and not expect to come home safely. I appreciate his comments in the House today, and will follow up with them.
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP Liberal carbon tax is hurting rural Canadians. I mean, I hear that every single day. Lori, in my riding, says she feels like she's freezing because she has to keep the temperature so low in her home because she can't afford the cost of propane with the carbon tax on top. I'm glad the members across think that that's so funny that Lori keeps the temperature so low. It's the kind of answer and response we get from a government that has absolute disdain for people that don't follow their ideological view. Will they cancel this increase, or will they tell Lori just to keep freezing?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Climate change and the cost of inaction is enormous. As many members from the Conservative Party stood in this House when there were floodings in BC or heat waves saying, what should we do about climate change? We are acting, Mr. Speaker, on climate change.
Order. Order. Let the Minister answer the question. Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How many members from the Conservative Party stood in this House after the floodings in BC, the heat domes that killed so many Canadians, and said we have to act on climate change? This is exactly what we're doing. And in fact, the revenue from pricing pollution will go back to provinces where the money was raised, 90% to families directly and 10% to businesses, municipalities, schools, hospitals, and Indigenous community. Under our plan, 8 out of 10 families will have more money in their pockets, Mr. Speaker, no matter what they say about it.
The Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Labour shortages in agriculture and food processing have caused over $3 billion in lost sales. In Chatham-Kent-Leamington, and actually right across this country, farmers and food manufacturers use temporary foreign workers when Canadians don't apply to fill these vacancies. The industry asked for an emergency worker program which builds on existing programs, requires no new spending, no new legislation. Mr. Speaker, how many more billions will the industry have to lose before this NDP government, Liberal government, acts?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his question. We have the pleasure of working together on the Standing Committee of Agriculture, and we know how important temporary foreign workers are to our farmers in Canada, and especially in planting season when it's coming along. We are working on a solution. We've committed to a trusted employer program, and hopefully we'll get some news very shortly. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Bonavista, Burin, Trinity.
Mr. Speaker, reducing wait times for veterans has been our government's top priority. We're making progress, but we know that too many veterans still wait too long to get their claims processed by Veterans Affairs. Can the Minister of Veterans Affairs update us on what our government is doing to reduce wait times and provide faster service to Canadian veterans?
Honourable Minister of Veterans.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for this very important question. It is true that our investment of around $200 million has reduced the backlog by 40%. But we're fully aware that's not good enough, so that's why we invested another $140 million to make sure that we have the vital staff in place to make sure we continue to reduce the backlog. My colleague is well aware that we invested $11 billion for programs and services for our veterans, and we as a government will continue to make sure we serve our veterans properly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, over 1 million people with disabilities live in poverty in Canada, and they feel abandoned by this Liberal government. They face costs like medical expenses, specialized equipment, and adaptations to housing that is not universally designed. They deserve support to live in dignity. In 6 years, the Liberals have yet to table a bill that will finally deliver the support they need. Mr. Speaker, my question is this. When will the Liberals table a Canada Disability Benefit Act that lifts Canadians with disabilities out of poverty?
The Honourable Minister.
Very important question. No one should live in poverty, and far too many Canadians with disabilities do. Since 2015, we've taken historic steps towards building a disability-inclusive Canada, and we've learned that the lives of persons with disabilities have also been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. We are committed to reintroduce legislation to establish a new Canada Disability Benefit that will address the long-standing financial hardship felt by persons with disabilities, and I look forward to working with the member opposite to achieve that goal.
The Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, on January 28th, the Minister of Housing and Diversity and Inclusion announced the government's intention to appoint a special representative on combating Islamophobia. Last week, on March 19th, Canadians saw yet again another attack, this time at a mosque in the GTA. Mr. Speaker, we remember Quebec City. We remember London. Racism is alive and well in Canada, and more must be done to combat it. Can the Minister inform this House when will the special representative be appointed?
The Honourable Minister.
I want to thank the Honourable Member for his important question. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we acknowledge the reality of Islamophobia in Canada. That is why we've taken concrete steps, including marking January 29th as the National Day of Remembrance and Action Against Islamophobia and holding a national summit on Islamophobia. We've provided significant resources to community organizations fighting Islamophobia on the ground, and we are committed to moving forward to appoint a special representative to combat Islamophobia. On this side of the House, I want to reassure the Honourable Member that we will stand with Muslim Canadians all along the way to make sure that we end Islamophobia once and for all, Mr. Speaker.
Well, there you go. That's all the time we have for question period today. We have a point of order for the Honourable Member for Mission Masquerie Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, it dismays me that I need to stand again and raise a point of order. The Honourable Member, Minister responsible for housing, stated again that there was no mention of affordable housing in the Conservative platform for the last election. I'm seeking unanimous consent, Mr. Speaker, to table that plan and outline that we did have a plan to address affordability. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does he have leave to table? There you go.
I think that the Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé has a point of order.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, there has been consultation amongst the parties, and I believe that if you seek it, you will find that there is unanimous consent to retable the following motion, that this House, given that gardens and gardening develop the country and contribute to our cities and to the lives of people and improves their health, their quality of life, reconciliation, inclusion, and environmental challenges, given that public and community gardens are of great importance to our urban areas, that we designate 2022 as Year of Gardening in representative of the 100th anniversary of a Canadian group and also the 100th anniversary of the Environmental Horticultural Society. All those who oppose to the motion from the honourable member will please say nay. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure? All those who are opposed to the motion will please say no. Carried.
It being 3:16, pursuant to orders made on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. Fast relating to the business of supply. Call in the members. Welcome. Okay. The question is the following one. Mr. Fast, seconded by Mr. Maguire, move that given I, the Canadians are facing severe hardships. I hear dispense. No dispense. Canadians are facing severe hardships due to the dramatic escalation in gas prices. I, the 5% collected under the Goods and Services GST, the Harmonized Sales Tax HST, and the Quebec Sales Tax QST creates increased revenue for the federal government as fuel prices rise, which compound the pain on Canadian consumers and the economy.
The House call on the government to immediately provide relief at the pumps to all Canadians by introducing a temporary 5% reduction. Dispense? No. A 5% reduction on gasoline and diesel, whether collected under the GST, HST, or QST, which would reduce the average price by approximately 8 cents per litre.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen. Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Albus. Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Lantzman.
Ms. Lantzman.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Halan.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Monsieur Lew.
Mr. Lew.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Oh, pardon me, correction. Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Qu'est-ce ceux qui s'opposent à la motion?
All those opposed to the motion will now please rise.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Ms. Jazik.
Ms. Jazik.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Monsieur Miller.
Monsieur Miller.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mrs. Vandenbeld.
Mrs. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Ananda Sanguri.
Mr. Ananda Sanguri.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Elkouri.
Monsieur Elkouri.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mrs. Suds.
Mrs. Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Damoff.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Martinez Farada.
Madame Martinez Farada.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mrs. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mrs. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Sorbara.
Madame Zaid.
Madame Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Baker,
Mr. Baker,
Mr. Dong,
Mr. Dong,
Mr. Pulowski,
Mr. Pulowski,
Mr. Turnbull,
Mr. Turnbull,
Mr. Van Bynen,
Mr. Van Bynen,
Mr. Weiler,
Mr. Weiler,
Monsieur Zuberi,
Mr. Zuberi,
Mr. Ali,
Mr. Ali,
Ms. Bradford,
Ms. Bradford,
Mr. Coteau,
Mr. Coteau,
Madame Diab,
Madame Diab,
Mr. Gahir,
Mr. Gahir,
Mr. Hanley,
Mr. Hanley,
Ms. Hefner,
Ms. Hefner,
Ms. Kayabaga,
Ms. Kayabaga,
Madame Lapointe,
Madame Lapointe,
Mr. MacDonald Malpeck,
Mr. McDonald Malpeck,
Mr. Noor Mohammed,
Mr. Noor Mohammed,
Ms. Taylor Roy,
Ms. Taylor Roy,
Ms. Thompson,
Ms. Thompson,
Mrs. Valdez,
Mrs. Valdez,
Monsieur Terrien,
Monsieur Terrien,
Madame Normandin,
Madame Normandin,
Monsieur Simard,
Monsieur Simard,
Monsieur Bergeron,
Monsieur Bergeron,
Monsieur Garon,
Monsieur Garon,
Madame Gill,
Madame Gill,
Madame de Bellefeuille,
Madame de Bellefeuille,
Madame Michaud,
Madame Michaud,
Monsieur Fortin,
Monsieur Fortin,
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe,
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe,
Monsieur Villemur,
Monsieur Villemur,
Monsieur Thériault,
Monsieur Thériault,
Madame Gaudreau,
Madame Gaudreau,
Madame Larouche,
Madame Larouche,
Monsieur Barcelou Duval,
Monsieur Barcelou Duval,
Monsieur Plamondon,
Monsieur Plamondon,
Madame Vignola,
Madame Vignola,
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay,
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay,
Madame Posé,
Madame Posé,
Monsieur Champoux,
Monsieur Champoux,
Monsieur Beaulieu,
Monsieur Beaulieu,
Monsieur Lemire,
Monsieur Lemire,
Madame Sinclair-Degagné,
Madame Sinclair-Degagné,
Madame Chabot,
Madame Chabot,
Monsieur Trudel,
Monsieur Trudel,
Madame Desbiens,
Madame Desbiens,
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca,
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca,
Madame Bérubé,
Madame Bérubé,
Monsieur Désilé,
Monsieur Désilé,
Ms. Blaney,
Ms. Blaney,
Ms. Idlout,
Ms. Idlout,
Mr. Johns,
Mr. Johns,
Mr. McGregor,
Mr. McGregor,
Ms. Gazan,
Ms. Gazan,
Mr. Backrack,
Mr. Backrack,
Ms. Zarillo,
Ms. Zarillo,
Ms. Collins Victoria,
Ms. Collins Victoria,
Mr. Angus,
Mr. Angus,
Ms. Matheson,
Ms. Matheson,
Mr. Desjardins,
Mr. Desjardins,
Ms. McPherson,
Ms. McPherson,
Mr. Blakey,
Mr. Blakey,
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands,
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands,
Mr. Morris,
Mr. Morris,
Mr. Vong.
Mr. Vaughn.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Johari.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against.
Mr. Johari, against called.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to vote in favor.
Mr. Cram, yea, pour.
Anybody else? Nope. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 115, 115. Nays 30, 209, 209.
I declare the motion defeated. Okay. I'll give it a second, able to clear a little bit. Order. Daily routine of business, affaire courante ordinaire, tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to one petition. This return will be tabled in an electronic format.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Présentation.
Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. La présentation de.
Presenting petitions.
Of petitions. The honourable member for. I'm going to always get it. Sir Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and proud to lay before the chair on the table today a petition signed by a bunch of my constituents calling on the government to take more action on companies that are working abroad that could be abusing human rights and causing environmental damage, and calling on the government to bring about the proper regulatory environment so that we can hold those to account that are doing things like human rights abuses, slave labor, things along that nature, as well as environmental damage. So I present this before you now.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member, Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you. It's my pleasure, Mr. Speaker, to introduce a petition that stands to fight climate change, protect human rights, and to support Canada's most vulnerable. Thank you.
Presenting a petition, présentation de pétition, The honourable member for Mission Mascouy Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, on February 24th, 2022, the Russian Federation launched a full-scale invasion of Ukraine, a peaceful, democratic, and sovereign nation that did nothing wrong. In the weeks since, we have witnessed an outpouring of support for Ukraine from Canadians. Today, I rise to present a petition on behalf of constituents in Mission Mascouy Fraser Canyon, calling on the Government of Canada to increase its support to Ukraine, including providing more lethal weapons and protective equipment, urging NATO allies to close the skies over Ukraine, and providing the provinces with funding to support Ukrainian refugees who wish to come to Canada. This is the greatest geopolitical crisis of our generation. Canada must step up to the plate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, the honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm presenting two petitions. I rise to present a petition on behalf of 14,000 Canadians who are concerned about the safety of fireworks in our communities and their environmental, human health, and animal welfare impacts. The petitioners note the risk of wildfires, pollution, and toxic debris, that fireworks are currently regulated by a patchwork approach across provinces and municipalities. They are calling on the government to explore legislative changes around the use of fireworks to improve community safety and well-being. The second petition I have, Mr. Speaker, I'm presenting a petition on behalf of Canadians concerned with Canadian companies contributing to human rights abuses and environmental damage around the world. The petitioners note that Indigenous peoples, women, and marginalized groups are essentially under threat of harm. They call upon the House to adopt human rights and environmental due diligence legislation that would require Canadian companies to prevent human rights abuses and environmental damage through their global operations and supply chains. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting the petitions, présentation de pétitions, the honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
I have a petition signed by many Canadians who are appalled by the unlawful and unprovoked war against the Ukrainian people, and I share their concern, and so I'm happy to table this petition, which calls upon the Government of Canada to immediately waive all visa requirements and grant visa-free travel to Ukrainians escaping from Putin's war.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, the honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions that I will be tabling. Freedom of conscience is a fundamental right clearly articulated in Section 2 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. I have the honour to table petitions signed by hundreds of citizens across Canada calling on Parliament to protect the conscience rights of medical professionals from coercion or intimidation to provide or refer patients for assisted suicide or euthanasia. I also have the honour of tabling a petition calling on the government to protect and preserve the application of charitable status rules on a politically and ideological neutral basis without discrimination on the basis of political or religious values and without the imposition of another values test, and affirm the right of Canadians to freedom of expression. I thank these Canadians for their engagement on these important issues.
Presenting the positions, présentation de pétitions, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I have three petitions to present here today. The first, signed by a number of Canadians, is petitioners calling upon the Government of Canada to take a stand and empower Canadians to be responsible for their own health and safety by removing the prohibition of sound moderators from the Criminal Code of Canada and allow the legal acquisition, possession, and use of sound moderators on firearms by all licensed firearm users in our country, and to call the provinces and territories to do likewise. Further, Mr. Speaker, the second petition, again signed by folks from across our country, calls upon members of Parliament to do everything in their power to prevent, block, and organize against and vote against any effort by the government to revoke the charitable status of pro-life organizations in Canada, as we have seen this government be willing to do. And Mr. Speaker, the final petition is simply this: that the undersigned, a number of Canadians, call upon the Parliament of Canada to enshrine in the Criminal Code the protection of conscience rights for physicians and healthcare workers from coercion or intimidation to provide or refer for assisted suicide. I likewise thank all of these individuals, these Canadians, who are passionately engaged in the issues facing our nation today.
Presenting of petitions, présentation de pétitions, the honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition today on behalf of Canadians regarding conscience protection for medical professionals. Petitioners note that during testimony at the Committee for Physician-Assisted Dying, witnesses stated that protection of conscience should be included in the government's legislative response to Carter versus Canada, and therefore the petitioners call upon the Parliament to enshrine in the Criminal Code the protection of conscience for physicians and healthcare workers from coercion or intimidation to provide or refer assisted suicide or euthanasia. I thank these petitioners for their signatures.
Presenting a petition, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would just like to say that I have a few petitions to present today. The first one is signed by Canadians from across the country who are seeking to end the mandates. Vaccines should never be used as a political tool to wedge, stigmatize, or divide Canadians. The petitioners are at such calling, saying that they are opposed to the mandates. No one should have to decide between the jab and their job. The petitioners are calling upon the House of Commons to end the mandates. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The next one is I rise to present this petition from Canadians from across Canada who are opposed to and want an end to the discriminatory practice of gender-selective abortion. These petitioners recognize that Canadians are opposed to this and think that it should be illegal. The petitioners note that several organizations around the world have recognized the damaging impacts of the absence of girls, and additionally, Canada's healthcare professionals recognize that this is a problem as well. Finally, they're calling on the government to enact legislation to end this discriminatory practice. The next petition I have, Mr. Speaker, is from Canadians from across the country who are organized to defend the not-for-profit sector. The petitioners are concerned about vulnerable Canadians who are not adequately protected on social media platforms and from online potential exploitation. The petitioners are calling for verifying age in the internet to prevent exploitation. The petitioners are calling for meaningful age verification to prevent vulnerable persons from becoming targeted on the internet. The next petition, Mr. Speaker, is from hundreds of constituents from across Canada. They are concerned about sexually explicit material online and the impacts on the well-being of women and girls. They recognize that we cannot say that we believe in preventing sexual violence against women while allowing pornography companies to freely expose our children to violent, explicit sexual imagery day after day, which is a form of child abuse. As such, they note that the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child requires Canada to develop means to protect children from these forms of media that are injurious to their well-being. The petitioners are calling for the House of Commons to enact meaningful age verification. The last petition I have to present today speaks directly to Bill C-230, the Protection of Freedom of Conscience Act, which was introduced by the member from Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek. This petition comes from Canadians who are concerned about doctors and healthcare professionals who might be coerced to engage or support euthanasia or MAID, and they want conscience rights and second opinions to be protected. The petitioners note that doctors deserve the freedom of conscience, and they note how the Canadian Medical Association has confirmed this. The petitioners are calling on the Parliament to enshrine in the Criminal Code the protection of conscience rights for physicians and healthcare workers from coercion or intimidation so they do not have to provide or refer assisted suicide or euthanasia. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Presenting the petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to present a number of petitions to the House today. The first petition was signed by folks here in Ottawa actually a number of weeks ago. It calls on the House, on the government, to work to end all COVID-19 mandates. And I know that my constituents and many others are heartily in support of that petition. The next petition that I'm tabling is with respect to conscience rights, and it builds on some of the excellent work done by my colleague from Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek. It recognizes the attacks we're seeing in certain jurisdictions, such as here in the province of Ontario, on conscience rights. The fact that people are being compelled to refer for, or in a quote-unquote emergency situation, provide services that go against their conscience. Our party is firmly committed to the principle that people should not be compelled to participate in or provide effective referrals for services that go against their conscience. And petitioners call upon Parliament and the House to enshrine in the Criminal Code the protection of conscience for physicians and healthcare workers from coercion or intimidation to provide or refer for assisted suicide or euthanasia. The next petition is in support of Canada's energy sector. It supports the economic as well as security benefits. It says that the government continues to allow refineries to import foreign oil in spite of a struggling oil and gas industry in Canada that extracts and refines the most ethically sourced oil in the world, ultimately resulting in additional environmental impact due to lower standard for foreign oil extraction, which is not subject to the same rigorous environmental assessments and criteria as Canada. Petitioners call upon the government to immediately put in place a plan for an east-west energy corridor to replace foreign oil so that Canada's source of oil and crude remain in Canada, serving the dual function of economic stimulus and environmental protection. Mr. Speaker, the next petition that I'm tabling highlights with great concern an election platform commitment from the Liberal election platform saying that they would deny charitable status to organizations that have convictions about abortion, which the Liberal Party views as quote-unquote dishonest. It is noted that charitable status rules already contain a prohibition against dishonest behavior, and this particular targeting of groups based on political views is a form of political discrimination. It's the application of another values test tied to charitable status, the politicization of charitable status, and petitioners note as well that this is similar to the values test, the discriminatory values test that the Liberals tried previously to associate with the Canada Summer Jobs Program. Petitioners are calling on the government to protect Canadians' charter rights to freedom of expression, freedom of opinion without discrimination, and they call on the House to protect and preserve the application of charitable status rules on a politically and ideologically neutral basis without discrimination on the basis of political or religious values and without the imposition of another values test, and to affirm the right of Canadians to freedom of expression. Okay, why don't you tell me when I have 60 seconds left in the... Okay, all right. The next petition highlights concerns about the government's decision to allow facilitated suicide within the medical system for those struggling with mental health challenges. Petitioners note that the Canadian Mental Health Association says that CMHC does not believe that mental health is irremediable. It calls on the Government of Canada to repeal euthanasia for those for whom mental illness is a sole condition and protect Canadians struggling with mental illness by facilitating treatment and recovery, not death. And I'll leave the rest for later.
Presenting of petitions, the Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just a couple of petitions to present right now from Canadian citizens that are immediately calling for the end of all COVID-19 vaccine mandates that were implemented by the federal government regulating federal employees, truckers, and travelers, and a call for an end to all COVID-19 mandates and restrictions by any entity. Also, we have presenting a petition for conscience protection for medical professionals that are necessary for patients to access the right for a second opinion. And so the Canadian Medical Association said that there were 24,000 physicians who would be willing to do it, and so they should be able to have the opportunity to use their conscience rights. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
There you go. We're done for the day. All right. The questions on the order paper. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Question number 306, 309, and 311. And furthermore, Mr. Speaker, the government's response to questions numbers 305, 307, and 308, 310, and 312 could be made orders for return. These returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed, and so ordered. The Honourable Government House Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand, please.
Orders of the day. Which one do you want to go for? Okay.
Point of order. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to give some comments with respect to the point of order of the official opposition with respect to the agreement between the Liberal Party and the NDP. First, a few facts. The PMO's office and the NDP emitted the same press release yesterday. They have the same title and they're identical. It is a firm commitment to collaborate between the two parties. It's obviously the primary purpose of these two press releases, a joint commitment. And here's what's in the agreement that is for us troublesome. This agreement includes more traditional commitments to support so-called confidence votes by putting forward joint plans for centralization of powers. But there's also platitudes and nonsense, such as the purpose of this agreement is to ensure that the Parliament continues to work in the interest of Canadians. For our part, we believe that Parliament is currently functional, and we do not believe that Parliament was non-functional when the last election was called. As the Prime Minister said, to justify calling an election. What we find disturbing are the follow-up measures between the two parties that have the effect of muzzling the opposition in the House of Commons and at committee work. The very nature of this agreement is literally baffling, Mr. Speaker. In order to ensure that the government and the New Democrats are following the same objectives in committee and in the House, the two parties agreed to hold political alignment meetings of their respective party leaders' offices, leaders, and whips. Exceptional. This sounds suspiciously like alignment meetings held by the cabinet. What's more, the agreement sets up an internal monitoring group to assess monthly the joint progress made and the issues ahead. In my view, the internal oversight group has the effect of unbalancing the government's responsibility to be accountable to the House and the essential accountability role that the opposition plays in a democracy like Canada's. As I said at the beginning of my speech, what is concerning is not that there's agreement between the government and the NDP on confidence votes, but that this agreement will literally limit the accountability work of the opposition. I refer to page 40 of Boskin Gagnon's House Procedure and Practice, and I quote, "The powers of the government are in theory balanced by its responsibility to account to the House for its actions." This agreement creates a significant imbalance between the government's power to manage the affairs of the House and the opposition's responsibility to hold the government accountable for its actions. With this agreement, the NDP's opposition status in the House becomes somewhat uncertain, since according to the definition given by Boskin Gagnon on page 4 of House Procedure and Practice, the proper role of the opposition is to oppose the government, which is far from being the case with this agreement. The agreement between the government and the NDP, and I'm finishing up, Mr. Speaker, raises other key issues as it greatly limits the opposition to debate a subject, including the overuse of debates under Standing Orders, for example, 56, which allows the government to give priority to a motion which has not given notice before because of majority support, and Rule 57, which allows the government to move a motion for closure, therefore ending debate before all speakers have had an opportunity to speak. There's also Rule 61, which allows the government to put the previous question by ending debate and rushing the vote. 78.3, which allows the government to reduce the time allotted for debate by tabling a time allocation motion. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, there's another aspect of this agreement that we have questions about. You will agree with us that there is budget and legislation coming up. The government has to make sure that public servants are available to provide information to the NDP. We believe that this agreement gives unfair agreement to parliamentarians and creates doubt with respect to the confidentiality of the next budget. The nature of this agreement, as you would agree, creates considerable cause for concern about the insidious effects that this agreement could have because of the essential role of the opposition.
Je remercie.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his intervention, and we will take this under advisement.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour. Ordre amendement du gouvernement, projet de loi amendement du gouvernement.
Government orders, government bills.
On the motions in group number 1 at report stage of Bill C8, Economic and Fiscal Update Implementation Act 2021.
I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 13 minutes. Debate the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Nice to see you in the chair. We haven't had the occasion to get to know each other very well, but you've a lot of respect in this House, I have to say, and that comes from colleagues of yours in Nova Scotia, but colleagues on both aisles of the House. So I wish you well in the role. Mr. Speaker, I'm here to talk about Bill C8. And Bill C8, as we know, would implement certain critical components of the economic and fiscal update that was tabled in December of 2021. The government has made clear that this bill is of fundamental priority. I see that our colleagues in the House of Commons have looked at it in detail at the Finance Committee level, and we are now in report stage. But I take an opportunity here to offer my thoughts. There's so many different aspects to the bill. It's quite detailed, but I think it's best to focus on those areas that speak to concerns that my constituents have had over the pandemic, because the bill is largely focused, entirely focused, in fact, on the pandemic and the response to it, and speak to it in that way. Before I do, though, Mr. Speaker, let me just reflect on the experience of the past 2 years, if I could, in a very brief way, to say only that if there are lessons to be learned in the pandemic, and there are many lessons to be learned, there's a lot of analysis that has been done and is yet to be completed. That will be left to, among others, historians to put together. But when the history of the experience of COVID-19 is written, we will see a fundamental question at the center of it, which is, what is the role of government in everyday lives? What is the role of government when emergency strikes, when a crisis hits? And that's exactly what COVID-19 represents. There is a view of governing, quite popular prior to the pandemic, a current of thought, an ideology, if you like, libertarianism, which counsels that government's role should be limited at best, that government should provide for a military, a police force, only basic taxation, the maintenance of roads and other infrastructure, but apart from that, should get out of the way and let people, as the ideology exclaims, thrive on their own. Should let individuals be exactly that, individuals. It offers a very precise understanding of individual rights, but at the same time, a very limited understanding of individual rights. I think that ideology has been called into question. Some in this House will still embrace it, no doubt, namely my friends and colleagues in the Conservative Party. But I don't think that the ideas of libertarianism stand the test of the pandemic. In fact, what we've seen is an approach to crisis, an approach to emergency that makes clear the important role, the fundamental role that government can and must play in response to crises such as COVID-19. And no doubt the future will hold other crises. There could be other pandemics in the future. We hope not, but it's very possible. Other crises are bound to strike, and the experience of COVID offers a blueprint, if you like, of what government can do in response to such situations. And so in my community of London, Ontario, one of the larger cities in the country, people rallied around one another, no doubt. They deserve tremendous credit for the way that they came together to address the problem of COVID, neighbors reaching out to neighbors, people who had never even met, making sure that their loved ones were taken care of. I'm thinking of seniors, for example, who didn't have the opportunity. In fact, it would have been dangerous for them to go out to get groceries and other necessities. They had neighbors who they had never met stand up for them and do what was needed. That is an example of the pandemic, of unity of people standing up for one another, with one another. But at the same time, Mr. Speaker, at the same time, we saw government at all levels step up. In the case of the federal government, a number of emergency programs were introduced so that people could get by, so that businesses could continue to exist. This is not speculation on my part, Mr. Speaker. The former governor of the Bank of Canada, Stephen Poloz, has made very clear, publicly since he left the role, but certainly when he held it, came to the Finance Committee a number of times, in fact, and made clear that had it not been for the emergency programs that the government introduced, specifically the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, the wage subsidy, the Canada Emergency Business Account, or the CEBA, that provided substantial loans for businesses. Had it not been for signature programs like this, then the pandemic itself would have overwhelmed Canadian society, the society and the economy. We may have seen breadlines. I put that question to the former governor, in fact, if it was possible to see breadlines in Canadian communities like London, had it not been for those emergency programs, and he agreed. I invite colleagues to go back and to look at what he said then and what he said now. Government has a fundamental role to play, Mr. Speaker, and Bill C-8 speaks to that. And so as far as C-8 is concerned, there's, as I said, a number of critical aspects relating to the pandemic. I'm only going to speak about three. First of all, there's the COVID-19 Proof of Vaccination Fund. This would allocate funding for provinces and territories to implement proof of vaccination systems. Funding would go towards establishing, or helping to pay for the establishment, I should say, of proof of vaccination credential programs established by provinces and territories, and also the issuing of proof of vaccination credentials to residents. There is $300 million that's allocated for this purpose. If the bill passes, and I think it will, I think it has certainly the support of this side of the House. There isn't a member, I think, that doesn't recognize the importance of helping provinces in this way, because they've also shouldered the burden, and we've been there time and again to work with them on important programs like the one I just mentioned. Second of all, there's the Safe Return to Class Fund. I see that you're telling me that, the chair has changed. My former colleague from the Finance Committee is now in the chair, so it's great to see you. I will not break the good rapport that we have. I will stick to the 3 minutes. The Safe Return to Class Fund. This, as we remember, this was originally a $2 billion fund to help ensure the safe return to school. Under Bill C-8, a further $100 million would top up this fund to help with ventilation in classrooms, for better air filtration, for example, for our kids in schools. And this is of fundamental importance. In fact, it's another lesson of the pandemic that, among other institutions, schools were not well equipped enough to deal with the emergency that COVID-19 spelled. And so this funding would go to that very purpose. Let me finally mention, Mr. Speaker, the fact that the bill would allocate funding for helping with rapid test costs. Originally, we did see $1.72 billion allocated from the federal government to provinces so that rapid tests could be, first of all, procured, but also distributed. Fundamental in dealing with COVID-19. Of course, rapid tests do not provide the answer, but they are a tool in the toolbox, if you like, as far as the pandemic is concerned. This is in addition to the $900 million that was already allocated for this purpose. Sorry, I'll just go back and revise. $1.72 billion in Bill C-8 for this purpose, on top of the $900 million that I just mentioned that was already sent to the provinces for this reason. The point is, Mr. Speaker, that COVID-19 itself changed Canadian society. Its effects continue to be felt. Its effects will continue to be felt for years to come. And we need to learn about that, of course. We will continue to analyze that, but also think deeply about the role of government in everyday life as we continue to deal with and grapple with the impact that the pandemic had on each and every one of us. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to questions.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member.
Oh, this is...
Mr. Speaker, in this bill, the Liberals had the opportunity to make life more affordable for Canadians, but instead, they're continuing to let the big companies, the people at the very, very top, profit off the pandemic without actually paying their fair share. Why is there nothing in this bill to close the tax loopholes or offshore tax havens? Why do the Liberals continue to refuse to make the richest pay their fair share?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. I would just point to the fact that it was this government that cut taxes for the middle class, something that we did not see during the era of Reaganomics practiced by the Harper Conservatives. It was this government that introduced the Canada Child Benefit, something that has lifted hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. It is this government that has put forward a meaningful agenda of tax fairness, and one that will be continued. As we saw yesterday, we will work with our colleagues in the opposition, namely our colleagues in the NDP, but I think the agenda will certainly, I hope at least, galvanize support throughout this House, because we do need greater tax fairness in this country, but this government is absolutely committed to that outcome.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have been called Robin Hood, but it's not Sherwood Forest, but maybe we'll get that changed in the next redistribution. I was very struck by the tough question from the NDP to the government. It seems like there's some trouble in paradise already between the NDP and the Liberals here, because the NDP signed an agreement to support the government's agenda, and now they're already trying to say that the government isn't good enough. Maybe this is a harbinger of things to come, Mr. Speaker. I note as well that the member just claimed that they introduced the idea of Canada Child Benefit. Let's remember that actually it was Conservatives who introduced the idea of giving money directly to parents for childcare. Liberals said, no, we can't give money to parents. They'll just spend it on beer and popcorn. But the program was so successful that the Liberals have now tried to rename it and claim that it was their idea. Mr. Speaker, will the member acknowledge that the Conservative proposals, we've tried to work with the government and get them to do better. It was us who pushed for a higher wage subsidy, after all. But the government has now spent so much money. There have been so many scandals in the midst of that spending, and we've seen more debt run up by this Prime Minister in his time in office than in the entirety of Canadian history up until now. Is the member concerned about the impact on the next generation that we're seeing in terms of debt and deficit, higher prices and inflation?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a number of things there. I don't know where to begin. As you won't be surprised, I can't agree at all with the member. First of all, and he's a graduate of, understand at least, the London School of Economics, so he'll understand, I hope, the basics of parliamentary democracy. The governing side sits here, the opposition sits here, and so an accord is not a coalition. And that's the first thing that needs to be put to the member. I know that he's upset that parties have found a way to work together, but we'll do so on behalf of Canadians. On the point about the childcare benefit that was introduced under Prime Minister Harper, that was not a means-tested benefit. That sent millions of dollars, in fact, to millionaire families. And that's not meaningful public policy. As far as the fiscal issues that he raises, first of all, inflation is not in the hands of the federal government to control, but we are helping Canadians deal with costs. Childcare would be an example. We'll continue to work on pharmacare and now dental care to make sure life is more affordable. And we will present budgets that are absolutely fiscally responsible, and I look forward to the coming weeks to see exactly that outcome. Certainly, gone are the days of cut when we saw the Harper Conservatives lead the country into an economic mess that this government has helped to clean up.
We have time for a very brief question. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Well, let's talk about people's diplomas. And I know that my colleague has a diploma from Queen's and Western, so I believe he's able to calculate a marginal rate of tax. When the Liberals talk about their tax cuts in the middle class, well, I don't understand how they say that when they're dropping taxes by 1.5% in a bracket of under sound $90,000 a year. Well, that affects the wealthiest. So does my colleague not understand that with this middle class tax cut, the richer Canadians are getting more back than Canadians from the real middle class? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary in a couple of seconds.
Very much. I look forward to getting to know the colleague across the way. I understand we both went to Queen's, so that's That's only a good thing. We can build off of that and hopefully help deal with some of our disagreements, which is, and we disagree on this point. I only point to the example set by Madame Lagarde, who, in her time with the International Monetary Fund, made clear that the fiscal approach taken by this government was absolutely fair, progressive, and put in place taxation measures that benefited the middle class so that everybody could thrive and find a way forward in terms of equality of opportunity in this country. We're going to continue to pursue such an agenda. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You have to bear with me today a little bit. I'm a little bit not feeling so good, but I think my sickness is caused by this new liberal, socialist, quasi-communist Canada that we're going to live in over the next 3.5 years. Mr. Speaker, I want to start my speech off by quoting Dr. Ian Lee from Carleton University. Professor Lee came to Finance Committee on Monday, February 7th of this year, and he brings a wealth of knowledge from banking and public policy. Here's the quote from Dr. Lee. "It's very difficult to put the inflation genie back into the bottle unless you take quite draconian measures. That is not an opinion or a theory. We can look at the 1970s and where it ended up in the 1980s, and it took interest rates to 20%. It caused the worst recession in North America, Mr. Speaker, since the Great Depression." Professor Lee added that, yes, there are solutions to inflation, but they are very, very painful. Being a student of history, Mr. Speaker, I hope we don't make the same mistakes of the 1970s by pumping cash into the market when it's not necessary. The economy is back to pre-pandemic levels. This is what concerns me. When I see over $70 billion of new spending injected into the economy at a time when it can't handle it, Mr. Speaker, this is what will add to inflation, and it'll drive the rate up. And you know, Mr. Speaker, to that, I get calls from constituents in Miramichi Grand Lake. "Jake, I can't afford my hydro bill. Jake, we can't afford bacon anymore. I'm choosing between my hydro bill and pharmaceuticals." I get these calls every day. I even got a call from a student who was worried that her bank account was going to be frozen because she donated $20 to the convoy. These are the types of calls that members of Parliament are getting, especially in Miramichi Grand Lake, a very rural area. But we need to distinguish between what we need and what we want and focus on spending needs only. This way we can justify spending in Canada, and we can justify our constituents' tax money during this inflation crisis. The Liberals and the NDP talk about climate crisis every day. It's in every speech. It's the solution to every problem. But yet, they don't talk about inflation and the fact that the cost of living in our country is becoming so affordable that people can't afford the basic things they need to survive in this country. We need to stop putting the cart before the horse, Mr. Speaker. We need to start producing the goods that people need to buy, which will create the cash in our economy, and not the other way around by just printing more and more cash and then putting it into the economy without increasing our output of products. All this does is have more dollars chasing fewer goods. This is a key contributor to inflation, and I can guarantee you that the Canadian citizens in all of the ridings in this chamber are experiencing inflation. This is another example of a tax and spend Liberal and now Liberal NDP coalition government. Government is going to say the following: hey, look at all the wonderful things we gave you. But in reality, the taxpayers are paying for it, Mr. Speaker. The taxpayers are paying for these things, and with interest. and the added cost of inflation now. When the Prime Minister assumed office in 2015, the typical home cost $435,000. Now, over $868,000. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate the Prime Minister. He's now doubled the cost of a home in our country, and that's what he's done for his constituents, and that's what he's done for all the people in Miramichi-Grand Lake. Since the start of the pandemic, the government has brought in $176 billion in new spending that is totally unrelated to COVID-19. I think this is very relevant to bring this up and to get it on the record, Mr. Speaker. The majority of people I speak with don't believe that it could be possible. I hear things like, I never heard that on the news. There's no way the government could be allowed to do that. Wouldn't I have heard that on TV? Or wouldn't somebody have reported on it? Mr. Speaker, these are the things that my constituents are saying. My constituents in Miramichi-Grand Lake do not want their grocery bill to increase every single time they make a trip to the grocery store. It's not fair to them. It's not economic, and it's not feasible. The cost of living in this country is crippling Canadians. They're not able to pay their hydro. They're not able to, their kids can't even leave the basement of their houses when they're in their 30s to get a home in this country. Chicken is up 6.2%. Beef, 11.9%. Bacon, 19.1%. Bread, 5%. These are all products that can be produced right here at home in Canada. The writing is on the wall, Mr. Speaker. It's time the government took the time to read it. Canadians don't want inflation to skyrocket like it did in the 1970s. Just inflation is real, and we are all paying for it every single day. Earlier this week, Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to ask an economist, Dr. Teheja from Carleton University, about this very topic. He told the committee, and I will quote the doctor, "I certainly don't think that our inflation problem is driven by transitory factors. I think when you look at the reality of it, in fact, Mr. Robson mentioned correctly that some 3/4 or more of the basket in the CPI has gone up in price. So that it's just because of the war in Ukraine or oil supply disruption from the pandemic. Those things, at the margin, maybe 1% of our current 5.7%, are factors that may disappear. But when the money supply is growing at 14 to 20%, it is basically a monetary phenomenon where we're all just printing too much money. So I said, no, it's not transitory." This is from a Carleton doctor, professor. I've quoted 2 economists today. Inflation is crippling Canadians, Mr. Speaker. I do not support Bill C-8, and neither does the Conservative Party of Canada, because here's why. We want a Canada where we actually produce more goods. We keep costs down. We build more houses. We do the things that allow Canadians to have a home, to contribute, to invest locally, to be a part of their community. We do not want a Canada of total and outright socialism by the members across the aisle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Miramichi from Grand Lake. When you look at the contents of Bill C-8, funds for vaccines, funds for HVAC systems in schools and businesses, what we're doing on the housing front to ensure we address the issue of housing affordability. How can the member opposite not support such measures that benefit his constituents, that benefit Canadians from coast to coast to coast? I almost think it's on the realm of irresponsibility for the member opposite and his colleagues not to support measures that support Canadians, such as funds for vaccinations, such as improving schools, such as helping educators across this country. I'd like the member opposite to address that fact, because we have been there for Canadians since the start of the pandemic, and we will continue to have their backs and the backs of businesses from coast to coast coast to coast. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite just on Monday in committee said that there was no housing crisis in Canada and that we had a healthy supply and a healthy housing market. This is the type of hypocrisy that I hear in committee. And I will remind the member, he mentioned vaccines. I just got an email yesterday from a woman who had to purchase so many mandatory masks during the mandate from across the aisle, and she couldn't claim those on her income taxes. Of course, I'm National Revenue Critic. I get all sorts of emails. But here's a guy talking about having the backs of Canadians. He's crippled Canadians with mountains of debt and inflation and now hypocrisy.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. You know, my honourable colleague spoke about how hard it is for people right now, and I absolutely, totally agree with him. Certainly in my riding at Winnipeg Centre, people are struggling to survive. However, what I find shocking is, I mean, he's talking about people struggling to survive during a pandemic, yet his party wanted to cut CERB payments from workers, even frontline workers who kept us fed during the pandemic, voted against sick time. And then we put forward, Mr. Speaker, a motion yesterday to actually generate revenue, to tax billionaires. What does his party do? They vote against it. This party seems to vote against anything that helps people and supports everything that supports their corporate buddies. So I want to ask my honourable colleague if he supports lifting up corporations on the backs of people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Speaker.
Point of order. Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Le droit de... Oui. Point rappel au règlement.
Speaker, it's already hard to get women to run for politics. To see this kind of behavior here in the House of Commons, to see the heckling, the absolute assault coming from the Conservative benches, well, you know...
Je vais, en tout respect...
With all due respect...
Speaker standing. I'd like the member who was yelling at her to apologize.
Je remercie l'honorable.
I'd like to thank our honourable colleague for his point of order. We do ask all members in this House to ensure that debate remains respectful. And unfortunately, that point of order is debate. So I would like to ask our colleague from Miramichi Grand Lake to continue, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's a typical day in the House of Commons to have virtue signaling from the socialist parties that are in here and the communist parties that are in here as well. Mr. Speaker, here's what I will tell you. What I support the development from natural...
Point of order.
Rappel au règlement.
The NDP just used language that is absolutely unparliamentary, Mr. Speaker, and I would certainly ask that he retract and apologize the language that he just used within this place. You can ask him what that language was. He can repeat the words that he just shared with me and see if the clerk sees that as parliamentary.
J'ai bien compris l'intervention de l'honorable.
Yes, I understand what our colleague said. Does the member wish to speak?
To my female colleague, I responded. And Mr. Speaker, I do apologize and I retract. I called him a misogynist pig, and I shouldn't have done that, Mr. Speaker. It was unparliamentary. I ask if you would accept my apology and retracting, saying those words to him. It was the wrong thing to do, and I will try to keep myself under control, Mr. Speaker, in the future. But I do ask, Mr. Speaker, that there's decorum here and that we respect people speaking in the House. And a woman should feel safe in this work environment. This needs to be a safe workplace.
Étant donné les excuses...
Given the apologies made by our honourable colleague, I believe that the incident is now over. I would now return to the Honourable Member for Miramichi Grand Lakes. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I don't know. I mean, we're trying to debate a bill in here, and we're dealing with virtue signaling and hypocrisy. And I'll tell you where it's coming from. This is where it's coming from. It's coming from the government that nobody wanted in Canada, the NDP, the government that's now going to be the government with the real government who was given a minority. And guess what? Everyone in Canada knows the stink that's on both of them at this moment, because one is worse than the other. All we get in here is virtual signaling and total hypocrisy out of both sides. And you know what? I've had enough of that. And I hope they realize that every day I come in here, I'm going to do this job. I'm going to promote gas and oil. And I'm going to promote the things that Canadians need to pay for their economy, while the rest of them are going to do nothing.
Hear, hear. Well said.
À l'ordre, conformément à l'article.
It is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. Firstly, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. Natural Resources. The Honourable Member for Yellowhead. The Economy.
Troisièmement, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for King Vaughan. Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very pleased to rise to speak to C8, not for the first time. I think one of the things to recall about C8 from the original debate is just how underwhelming it was as a response to the circumstances that the country found itself in at the time of the fall economic statement, and to the circumstances we continue to find ourselves in. And so I think underwhelming really is the word to capture what's going on in this bill. This is a time when, and we've heard some talk about this already, where Canadians are really facing extraordinary pressure in respect to the cost of living. That's very much true in the case of housing. We saw the beginnings of a Liberal attempt to try and address some of those issues in the housing market in this bill with an underused housing tax. Now, it's our point of view, Mr. Speaker, that there are a number of loopholes in respect of this tax that are going to seriously undercut its effectiveness. We do think that it's appropriate to be trying to undertake policy initiatives that will help relieve some of the pressure on the housing market, but there's a lot more that needs to be done. Other measures in this bill include, money for rapid tests, some money still to assist provinces in preparing proof of vaccination documents that will be required of Canadians when they travel to other jurisdictions, and will continue to be a useful tool for travel until worldwide requirements for vaccination no longer apply. We think that this makes sense for the federal government to be there providing some assistance to provinces in preparing that documentation, just as we think it makes sense for the federal government to continue to source itself rapid tests and distribute them to provinces, or to provide resources to provinces to be able to source those things themselves. For as much as many public health restrictions have been lifted across the country, the fact is that COVID is still very much here. There is still very much the possibility of it resurging in various forms, and it makes sense that governments be prepared in the case that that does happen, and rapid tests will be an important tool in that regard. So while this deal has been, or I should say, while this bill is rather underwhelming, we don't think that's a reason for it not to go ahead. And in the fallout of having a rather underwhelming bill and an underwhelming fall economic statement, New Democrats have undertaken to try and get the government to do more of what it needs to do to respond to the real needs of Canadians. I mentioned housing earlier. It's why in the agreement that was struck between the Liberals in the House and the New Democrats in the House, we talk about changing the definition of affordability in the National Housing Strategy, which has too often resulted in public funds contributing to building units of housing that actually aren't affordable for many of the Canadians who need government intervention to build units that they can see themselves moving into and being able to pay for month to month. We know that for too many Canadians, and we've heard lots of stories. I shared a story in the House yesterday, I believe, of a gentleman who has a job, who's living on his own. He's an adult, but had to get his teeth fixed, and the cost of that meant that he had to move back in with his parents because he couldn't afford. He had to borrow a lot of money to have his mouth fixed, and it meant that he couldn't afford to live independently anymore, and probably not for some time. Those are costs that Canadians are contending with right now. Earlier, and yesterday, we saw in a Conservative motion talk about lifting the GST off the price of gas at the pump, and I've heard Conservatives today complain about the cost of gas, not just at the pump, but at home heating. And as I said yesterday, there's some agreement there in terms of wanting to be able to provide relief for Canadians. It's why I proposed an amendment to their motion, Mr. Speaker, to have the GST lifted off home heating, something that wouldn't just apply to oil and gas at the pump, but would apply for a broader range of Canadians, because I hazard to say that although there are many, many Canadians who drive a vehicle every day, there are many more who benefit from home heating. I think that's a larger category. I think that's fair to say. I haven't done the research, I admit, but I think it's probably fair to say there are more Canadians that heat their home than drive a car. I'm just guessing, having just survived another Winnipeg winter. So we felt that that was a broader-based measure for tax relief that didn't only apply to oil and gas, and that would have the advantage of having it be harder for the companies that are charging Canadians for the use of that energy to just raise their price to make up the difference, because in many cases, when it comes to the cost of home heating that's delivered through a utility, there are usually regulations in place that require those companies to go to an independent body to authorize price hikes. So, very much we're here to talk about those kinds of things, but we're also here to get action. So, we are working towards getting this government to change the definition of affordability under the National Housing Strategy. We've got a commitment now from a government that just 9 months ago voted against having a dental care plan to moving ahead with a dental care plan, something that's going to make a tangible difference in the lives of Canadians, that's going to help them afford something that right now is beyond reach. Likewise, with pharmacare. Again, just within the last 12 months or so, the NDP proposed legislation to enshrine the legislative infrastructure we need for a national pharmacare plan to help provide relief for the cost of prescription drugs. Again, my Conservative colleague who just spoke on this bill earlier referenced the cost of prescription drugs, how hard they are to afford it. We've got a real idea for how we can make that affordable. Not just the NDP's idea, but something that civil society advocates have been pushing for a long time and done the research on, and shown that not only can we expand service and make prescription drugs more affordable for people, but that we can actually do it with an overall savings to the taxpayer in the order of about $4 billion, that's billion with a B, dollars every year. So, Parliament is a difficult place on the best of days, Mr. Speaker, particularly minority parliaments. I think there's people who sometimes take comfort, not just in government, but even, I dare say, sometimes on opposition benches with a majority government, because there's a sense of how things are going to go and how they're going to unfold. And we have our usual mechanisms for trying to call out the government for their shortcomings in a majority. There are more options in a minority parliament in the Westminster system, but our duty remains the same, which is to hold the government to account, to try and use our position and our power in this place to get the things done that we said we would endeavor to do, and to shine a light on the activities of government to make sure that they're doing those things and that they're doing them well. And we've seen many examples, let alone outside of Canada, we've seen many examples within Canada at the provincial level of confidence and supply agreements where certain parties, for the sake of some political stability and the sake of making progress on items that they deem important, agree to a certain level of cooperation with the government of the day, which is not at all a relinquishment of their duty as an opposition party to examine the work of government, to hold them to account. In question period today, you heard New Democrats asking what I think looked like difficult questions, certainly by the government's response. They were difficult questions, and that's the kind of work we're going to continue to do. We heard questions about the government's failure so far to ensure that they're getting people out of Ukraine in a serious emergency, and the bureaucratic hurdles that are making it impossible for people to get out of Ukraine and get to the safety of Canada. Those are things that need to be fixed. So we have an agreement to work on some of the things where we could find some common ground with the government of the day. I think C8 stands out of it as an example of why it was so important to be able to develop tools to push this government to do things that it's reluctant to do, in fact, things that it said it would not do, like a dental care plan, things that it has been reluctant to do, like pharmacare, and then some of the things it said it would do, but we all know from our experience in this place that those commitments are not sufficient from this government, and so the other tools are needed in order to get it to follow through on the things that it said it would do. And that's why I am looking forward, and the proof will be in the pudding, Mr. Speaker, but I'm looking forward to seeing some real concrete action and initiatives in the next budget that are far more inspiring than what we saw in the fall economic statement and the subsequent bill C8.
Je remercie l'honorable député. Questions et commentaires.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, and it's nice to see you inside the chair. Mr. Speaker, and I would ask my colleague, when we take a look at C8, I'm a little bit surprised in terms of how forward the Conservative Party has been in terms of their opposition to the bill, given the actual content of the bill. In the content of the bill, for example, it talks about the purchasing of rapid tests, something of which provinces were in great demand of back at the beginning of the year. And there was an obligation for the federal government to provide these rapid tests, and if it wasn't for the federal government doing it, there would have to be another level of government, or even perhaps, then, if not that, then it would be people that might not be able to afford these rapid tests. And if he could just provide his thoughts on the content of the bill in itself, which one would think the Conservative Party would be supporting.
L'honorable député Delmourde Transcona.
Well, as I said, I think in so many words, or just about in my speech, this bill is far more disappointing in its ambition than in its substance. One of the things that I think is a bit better about this bill is something that I worked with members of other opposition parties, the Bloc and the Conservatives, to get in a provision to have some better reporting on the money that's been allocated for rapid tests. That was something that we in the NDP felt was important because it is authorizing a rather major expense. We have heard from the Parliamentary Budget Officer that this government has been late in filing its public accounts, and so we felt that additional financial reporting was warranted given the size of the expenditure. Just as I worked with members of the Conservative Party and the Bloc in C2, a bill which we opposed, to get some assurances that companies who received the new wage subsidy would not be able to pay dividends to their shareholders if they were recipients of the wage subsidy. So this is a place where we come to work. We negotiate with various parties to try and get done the things we promised our electors we would do.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, bravo. I just got a message here. I don't normally do this on my phone. It's from the Liberal Party. It says to thank him for his work. Oh, sorry there. I'm just wondering if there's any level of discomfort at any level of debt. Obviously, you know, it feels good to spend money. Feels good, but I know the member said as a Social Democrat that spending is important to him. What's the number, the debt to GDP ratio that he feels uncomfortable? Is it 50%? Is it 80%? Is it 100%? Or we're just going to spend ourselves into oblivion?
Député Delmourde Transcona.
Well, I think anytime you're talking about deficits and public debt, you can't just talk about spending. You also have to talk about revenue. And this is something that's always missing from the conversation when Conservatives want to talk about deficits. So this is why the NDP has proposed a wealth tax on fortunes of $10 million and over. It's why we proposed an excess profit tax for large corporations that made more profit during the pandemic period than they had in the preceding years. It's why we continue to speak against tax havens. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has estimated Canadians lose $25 billion in tax revenues every year through these tax haven agreements, and I could go on. So yeah, let's talk about appropriate spending, let's talk about smart investment, and let's talk about balancing the budget, not only by looking at our costs, but also look at the revenues that we have coming in, as any responsible business would.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's not just a Liberal agreement with the NDP that is troublesome. There's also the Constitution of '92 that was negotiated in the middle of the night without the consent of Quebec. Mr. Speaker, can my colleague tell me, is the NDP is always ready to help everyone? They're even ready to help the Liberal Party have a majority control, but they're never ready to help out Quebec or sit down with the premiers of Quebec and the other provinces so that health transfers will be paid without strings. The Honourable Member for Transcona, 30 seconds, please.
I think the Honourable Member may not recall, because I don't think he was elected at the time, but actually on pharmacare, one of our motions in a previous Parliament, the action we were talking about and wanted the government to do was to convene a meeting with the provinces to talk about how to move forward on pharmacare. The Canada Health Act is a long-standing framework under which the federal government has funded health services, and not enough. And there is a need to increase the health transfer, including health transfers without conditions. So, I mean, we're far apart from the bloc on this, but we're not far away from respecting provincial jurisdiction. We just believe that the federal government can continue to play a meaningful convening role and funding role in healthcare in Canada.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, thank you, and congratulate you on your role. It's wonderful to see you take part in a fine Canadian federal institution such as the Speaker. Now, I'm pleased to rise again to talk on C8. It's another massive Liberal spending bill with little oversight and probably little chance of delivering on what they've talked about. This is almost a Liberal pre-engagement gift to our colleagues with the NDP. Now, to summarize, the fall fiscal update added $70 billion in new spending, and this is spending on top of that. Now, this is $70 billion, as I mentioned. That doesn't even include the Liberals' campaign promises, which would be tens of billions more for their election goodies. Now, this is going to lead to, on top of what we saw in the public accounts, $1.4 trillion in debt for the Canadian taxpayers. So think about that, $70 billion more to the $1.4 trillion that's already been added up until now. And that doesn't even include probably $100 to $200 billion, depending on which discount rate you use, for unfunded public service pension liabilities, and hundreds of billions of dollars more in Crown Corporation debt that's not accounted for. One of the problems I have with C8, and I've talked about a lot in this House and in committee, is lack of proper oversight for the bills and spending. Now, we've heard the previous Treasury Board president admit to committee that he had not been following the rules. We saw it with the We Charity scandal, where Treasury Board is required to have for their submissions an official language analysis, which the Treasury Board, under this government, decided, well, we're going to ignore it. We're not going to require an official language analysis, even though it's right in the rules that it is required. But, they break these rules in order to benefit their friends at the We Charity, which, of course, were funding members of the Prime Minister's family. We saw it with the wage subsidy, $100 billion. We asked the President of the Treasury Board, had it gone through the Treasury Board approval process? No, it hadn't. And this is, again, a problem we have. The Treasury Board rules are not just suggestions. They're not mere guidelines. These are actually rules. Treasury Board is supposed to be the gatekeeper, the adult in the room at the cabinet meeting, to ensure that Canadians are getting the value for their taxpayers' money. But what did we see? Treasury Board, well, we're not going to look at that. It's more important to get the announcement out than to do their job. So $100 billion doesn't go through Treasury Board approval. What did we get? Well, we heard massively profitable companies making out like bandits. Now we hear the NDP demanding higher taxes on these companies with excess profits, but it's funny, you never hear them going against their colleagues with the Liberal government to end these massive subsidies as corporate welfare. As long as we're spending, that's okay. They don't care where it's spent, and we saw that with the Liberals. We saw the Thompson family, one of the wealthiest, second, if not the top wealthiest family in the country, receive money on the wage subsidy. Companies like Berkshire Hathaway, worth $500 billion market cap, you know, the Oracle of Omaha owns that, got money from taxpayers for the wage subsidy. Nike, Rogers has $25 billion to do a bio bid for Shaw Cable, and yet got money from this government. China's state-owned banks and airlines received wage subsidy money. And of course, what would be a government handout from the Liberals without money going to their friends at Irving? It wasn't enough. They're getting probably a $100 billion contract for the combat surface, or the Canadian surface combatants, and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of million more for the offshore patrol ships. They're giving them a wage subsidy. Now, the offshore patrol ships, the way shipbuilding works, the first ship is the most expensive, second one a bit less expensive, third. As the company learns and improves productivity, so the sixth, seventh, and eighth ship should be a lot less expensive. And yet, for this government, with the Irvings, the price is going up. So the more ships, the more productive they get, somehow the ships are becoming more expensive. Again, it's just another handout without proper Treasury Board oversight. We heard of an exclusive ski club with a $43,000 membership. We hear the government talk a lot about, you know, the middle class, those hoping to join the middle class. How many middle class can afford $43,000 for a membership at a ski club? The ski club had $13 million for a new lodge, paid $13,000 in taxes, and yet got $1.4 million for this government for the wage subsidy. Here's some of the other companies. Suncor Energy, much as I love Alberta energy companies, $31 billion market cap rate got money. Bell Canada, Couche-Tard from Quebec, $45 billion market cap, and they got money. Lululemon, the money was used for share buybacks, executive bonuses. But guess what? You know, unlike our colleagues in the G7 or the OECD, who were also offering wage subsidies, we were the only country that did not set up fencing about who got the money. Britain had a program, wage subsidies, but they banned the use of money for share buybacks, executive compensation. Not this government. And why? We asked. Well, didn't go through Treasury Board program. We asked the Auditor General. Her comments was the government did not set up the fencing, even though they knew it would be more expensive and they knew companies would take advantage of it. Agency, CRA, did not have all the information it needed to validate the reasonableness of the applications before issuing payments. Now, why is that important? Auditor General stated that $300 million in the first tranche of the funding went to companies with a high risk of insolvency. They stated they showed like $2 billion had gone out to companies that hadn't filed taxes or GST remittance in years. CRA knows that these companies have a much higher chance of going into bankruptcy. It's one of their leading indicators of companies going into bankruptcy. And yet the government handed out the money without any oversight. Subsidies paid to applicants despite their history of penalties for failure to remit and other advanced indicators of potential insolvency. This is the Auditor General. This is not a partisan Conservative MP. This is the Auditor General. And again, Why? No oversight. Now I go back to the poor planning. We've been asking for rapid testing since 2000. And go back to Hansard, you can see many requests. Our health critics over the last 2 years, we want more money for rapid testing. Deaf ears. Well, the government will say, well, look, there's $1.7 billion in C8 for rapid testing. Guess what? There's also $2.3 billion in C10, which I'm sure is going to come back as well. $4 billion. Well, big deal, you're probably asking. It's great. But the thing is, also in the supplementary Cs, which are being deemed reported tomorrow, there's $4 billion also for rapid testing. So is there $8 billion for rapid testing? Because that's what the government's asking for approval for. Well, no, it's not $8 billion, it's just 4. The government has basically said, we messed up, so we're going to duplicate the request for Parliament in order to make sure we have the money. Like, honestly, you can't run a lemonade stand with such advanced planning, and yet this government seems to run the government that way. $4 billion. And here's the funny thing. Supplementary Cs are approved tomorrow, the $4 billion. C8, which was brought in a couple months ago, will actually approve the $1.7 billion after it's already approved in the supplementary estimates. Again, it just goes back to poor planning by this government. Also in C8, the repayment of the CEBA is being extended out for 6 years. We asked, in the public accounts, there's no provision for bad loan write-off. We asked. And we're told there's no provision for loan write-off for this money because there's such a little chance of any of it, they were saying, is going to be written off, which is wonderful. But then why is the government extending it for a couple more years to payback if the government itself says there's almost no chance of any losses? Again, it just goes back to poor planning for this government. C8 all around is a poorly written bill, a lot of items that are not needed, which is why we're not going to be supporting it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for first his respectful decorum here in this House and for his speech. And Mr. Speaker, I do want to say that I am concerned about some of the things he said in his speech. And of course, we don't agree on many things. But he talked about the NDP fighting and getting supports for workers throughout the pandemic, something that we are proud and honored to have fought for. We did want more provisions and more guidelines so that big corporations didn't potentially have profits and then pay shareholders. And that's something that we did rail against. But the Conservative Party actually fought for, they can't point to anything that they fought for through the pandemic for workers or people that struggled throughout the pandemic. And Mr. Speaker, you know, we heard them yesterday. They voted against our motion to tax big corporations, big oil, to make sure that there was revenue for things like a dental program. But we know that they don't support a dental program. They actually don't believe Canadians need a dental program. Will my colleague maybe respond, does he not believe that the super wealthy that profited from the pandemic should be paying more in taxes to pay their fair share and contribute to supporting important programs like dental care?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank my colleague. I'll tell you one thing we don't believe in is supporting this government in the massive corporate welfare that the NDP is doing. Now, it was the Conservative government that pushed for and received and got from this government to allow people working and also on CERB to make up to $1,000 without getting their CERB clawed back. It was the Conservatives that first asked for the increase in the wage subsidy from the paltry 10% the Liberal offered. And I will note, it was the Conservatives who were asking for a GST rebate on the massive record high cost of gas that the Liberals and the NDP voted against.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kingston in the Island.
Mr. Speaker, I find it very interesting that the member from across the way would be critical of of this government in terms of its spending, when accusing it of spending on frivolous things when he's part of a party that was known for buying $15 glasses of orange juice and building gazebos in individual ministers' ridings. But nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, you know, what we're hearing continuously from across the way is the need or some kind of notion that the Conservatives get to wipe their hands clean of participating in the spending that has happened over the last 2 years. This member voted in favor of it through unanimous consent motions time and time again. And then they get up in here and they try to lecture us for all this spending when they voted for it. And you know what? They didn't even want to debate it before they voted for it. They didn't even want to bother standing up in this House to vote for or against it. They just said, I'm good with it by unanimous consent.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. And I always enjoy the fantasy world put forward by the member from Kingston, the Islands. Of course, this government, if he'd bothered reading the public accounts, I don't think any of the government had, it would see this government gave $50,000 to a company to come up with a new flavor for an IPA. He talks about $15 orange juice. His government gave $50,000 to a brewery. And I ask everyone in this House, if you had $50,000 to help Canadians, put up your hands. How many of you would say we need a new flavor for an IPA? Only the Liberal government would put $50,000 for an IPA flavor ahead of the needs of regular Canadians.
Questions and comments. We have time for one short question. The honourable member, Saanich Gulf Islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question for my colleague from Edmonton West is
of what looks like double accounting for the same money for the purchase of rapid tests. It looks to me, and in fact there's testimony in the other place by our Auditor General, that there was the same money found in C10 that is found in C8 that's also in the supplementary estimates. He hinted at this. It looks like $4 billion twice. I'm curious to know how we think we account for that and make sure $4 billion doesn't get spent twice on the same rapid tests.
30 seconds, the honourable member for Edmonton West.
I think it is correct. It is duplicated $4 billion. That's my concern. We have only the word of this government that they're not going to get Parliament's approval twice and only spend it once. I don't trust this government that they will do that. I'd love to have one of them stand in the House today and say, yes, that $4 billion will lapse and not be spent.
Only the President of the Treasury.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Very much, Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today and take part in this important debate on the economic and fiscal update. I, of course, listened with great interest and always learn a lot from the detailed research that my colleague from Edmonton West does before he makes any interventions in this House, and I think it's very important that we have that perspective, and I thank him for it. Since the start of the pandemic, we've seen, of course, record sums of money spent to address a once in a century, once in many lifetimes event. But how the money was spent, it's very important to take stock of that, and what the effect of that spent money, what the effect it will have going forward is incredibly important. And we've heard a lot over the last few days about the federal mandates. And while opposition members and members of the public, members of the media have asked the government why it hasn't aligned its health restrictions with those that have been guided in all of the provinces by their chief medical officers of health, we've heard a lot about the stats as it relates to health care. And I think that's really important. And while the science does tell us in all of the provinces across Canada, because there is only one science, that it is safe to end the vaccine mandates and safe to lift mask mandates, the information that the government points to speaks to hospital capacity and speaks to screening and diagnosis that hasn't happened as a result of the pandemic. We've seen over the last 2 years a 20% reduction in cancer screenings. We know that almost half of patients have had cancer screenings and care appointments canceled outright or postponed. And when that happens, we have to look at another very important stat, and that's that a 4-week delay in treatment increases the patient's risk of death by 10%. So we have this tremendous problem in our healthcare system, and we have tremendous amounts of money that are being spent by the government. And as was laid out by the previous speaker, my colleague, and he details some of the areas the government prioritized in terms of spending money. What would it look like for diagnostic and treatment if the government prioritized their spending instead in partnership with the provinces on healthcare? We see $70 billion of cash that we're discussing today, printed money, borrowed money. Canadians will pay interest on that money. It will fuel inflation. But what do we get for it? The previous speaker from Edmonton West talked about the government spending $50,000 on having someone create a new IPA, a new beer flavor. What could we have done in even one hospital with $50,000? Just one hospital. When we're talking about a 10% increase in fatalities when we're delaying treatment by only just 4 weeks. I think that's a really important frame. We talk about the effect of this spending on Canadians. So that's what it could look like if it was directed in a different way. If we said that we have this money, the government talks about the room that they have to borrow, the room that they have to spend. But what's it doing for everyday Canadians? Not for share buybacks and not for executive bonuses. What's it doing for everyday Canadians? We know that the effect of this rapid spending, the pressure that it's adding on everyday Canadians' budgets because of the inflation that it's fueling, that people are making impossible choices. Heating or eating. That's a call that I got in my constituency office many times. People can't afford their home heating bills. They can't afford the increased grocery bills. And now we've seen over the last few weeks that other pressures, global pressures, added to taxes that this government has put in place, are pricing Canadians out of even being able to put fuel in their car to get to work, to take their children to a medical appointment or to a recreational activity. So it's really hard to see where the priorities are on everyday Canadians when you look at some of the spending that we have detailed. It's been an impossible 2 years for Canadians. And we see the inflationary pressures that are created. We know that it's debt and interest on that debt that will be paid by future generations. And in the next couple weeks, we're going to see increases in taxes again. The skyrocketing prices in every area of life that Canadians have, it's unsustainable. We know that it's more than 1 in 2 Canadians who can't afford their groceries. They're cutting back every week. We know that it's families across this country who can't afford $1.80 and $2 a liter fuel. Our national debt is $1.2 trillion. And what do we have to show for it? As the chief medical officers of health in 10 provinces across this country are saying, yep, you can drop the mask mandates, you can end the vaccine mandates. 2 years later, 2 years after the official opposition asked for it, Canada's Conservatives called for rapid tests. The government says, let's buy some rapid tests. I'd say a day late and a dollar short, but it's 2 years late and billions of dollars more than we have to spend. So Canadians are in a tough spot. For many things, necessary spending, necessary commitments were made by this House over that 2 year period. And then you take a look at the shameful waste and missed opportunities that this government had. Again, I'll talk about healthcare. Pre-pandemic, hospitals operated at between 95 and 130% capacity across this country. And now the government is saying, well, hospital capacity is at 100%. Well, that's where it was before the pandemic. What is the spending that this government has committed that's going to solve these legacy issues? They're not solving legacy issues. Pork barreling and pet projects and executive bonuses and share buybacks, that's going to be the legacy of all of this spending that members in this place, that their children and their great-grandchildren are going to be paying the interest on before we even get to talk about paying the principal on that debt. When we now have the government partnering with another party who's made unaffordable promises that's going to balloon the spending by hundreds of billions of dollars, Canadians just can't afford an NDP Liberal government. Canadians deserve accountability. They deserve a path back to fiscal responsibility. It's the responsibility of any credible government to do that. And we're just not seeing the results for the money that they've spent to date. And we're not seeing a real plan for the money they're planning to spend going forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member.
Merci. Je suis député de Aurora.
I'm the member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill, but thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And I'd like to address a few things that have been said both by the member opposite now and previously. And that is, we've been throwing out numbers of the debt, which you've disagreed on. One was 1.2, one was 1.4 trillion. But it's done in isolation without looking at the percentage to GDP and without looking at what's happening in the rest of the world. And I think we can shock and scare people with those tactics, but I don't think it's constructive. So if you were to look at Canada's debt to GDP ratio and our credit rating from Standard & Poor's and Moody's, both of which I feel have a better grasp on economics than perhaps members in this House, we would see that Canada still has a AAA rating and that our debt to GDP ratio is around 85%, around the same as Great Britain. But there are 25 plus countries with a greater debt to GDP ratio, including Japan, France, the USA, Singapore, and many others who have actually increased spending, as we did, to ensure that the citizens who could not afford to take on the debt that all economists across the world knew we were going to incur during the COVID pandemic was taken on by the government. So could you please explain why you keep throwing out these scary numbers without putting them into context and without talking about the global situation? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Very much, Speaker. And so if the member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill is scared by the numbers, so are Canadians. They're scared because they can't afford to pay their bills. So it's great to talk about a AAA credit rating. It's great to talk about how it stacks up, debt to GDP stacks up against other countries. But it doesn't matter. In this country, if you live in Victoria by the Sea, Prince Edward Island, or Victoria, British Columbia, or all points in between, life is getting more unaffordable. So when this government says incredibly ridiculous things like the government has taken on debt so Canadians don't have to, guess what? It's Canadians who have to pay down that debt. They can't afford the increased prices of natural gas to heat their homes, propane to heat their homes, gasoline to put in their cars. They can't afford the increased price of groceries at the store. So they can talk all day long and tire themselves out, patting themselves on the back, but Canadians know that this is unaffordable spending by this government. It's unaccountable, and responses like that demonstrate that it's incredibly out of touch, that they think that they can say, well, you know, we're better than the guy next door, when people in this country can't afford to heat their homes and feed their families.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I just wanted him to reply on something. One of the members opposite talked about we've got this great low debt to GDP ratio, but I have to note that they're including money that has been set aside for CPP assets. We're the only country in the OECD that tracks money that way. According to the IMF, when you take out that money and compare us on an apples-to-apples basis, we're 22 worst out of 29 in the OECD, and we're the 4th worst in the G7. What if my colleague would like to address the fact that the government is not being upfront with Canadians on the true debt to GDP level?
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Thanks very much, Speaker. Again, Canadians are well served by the member from Edmonton West and his detailed analysis and breakdown of the spin that we hear from the government benches when we talk about the massive debt that they rack up and how they try to dress it up as something that Canadians ought not be concerned about. The money that this government continues to spend and say things, as I mentioned before, like they're taking on the debt so that Canadians don't have to. Of course, it's debt that Canadians are going to have to pay back. And so while they would try and distract and impress Canadians by inflating numbers in a way that's beneficial to their framing, we know just by walking down the aisle at the grocery store, we know by pulling up at the gas pumps, we know when we get our home heating bill that this government is absolutely unaffordable, no matter how much lipstick they put on the pig.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We are in a situation where the fiscal house is on fire. This Prime Minister has run up more debt in his time in office than every previous Prime Minister, including the last Trudeau Prime Minister, from 1867 until 2015. And just in time, the NDP have arrived to pour more gasoline on this fiscal fire. I've been listening to the debate on C8 today, the government's fiscal plan, if you want to call it a plan, which is a promise to spend more on everything in the midst of an agreement to spend even more with the NDP. And I was struck hearing the member for Elmwood Transcona from the NDP describe the levels of spending in this budget as underwhelming. Underwhelming spending is what the NDP's saying. I know his speech was very hurtful to Liberal members, just after they ink a deal. Imagine being called underwhelming during the post-wedding speeches. So much for the warmth that's supposed to exist. But the NDP nonetheless have sold out to agree with this deal with the government. But still they're describing the government's fiscal measures as underwhelming. Let's look at the realities, at the overwhelming level of debt and deficit that we've seen run up by this government in the last 6 years. The Prime Minister in 2015 promised in the election $10 billion deficits, 3 $10 billion deficits. Hard to imagine there was a time when a $10 billion deficit seemed quite large relative to what we've been used to. Up until 2015, there had been a general consensus that outside of extreme events, global financial crises.
Rappel au règlement.
Point of order. The honourable member.
My colleague in his speech, but we actually have Liberals across the way laughing while the speech is going on, laughing at what the member is speaking about. And I think, frankly, it's hardly funny, and hardly funny for Canadians. I hope they would respect the House and actually listen to the member. Thank you.
Well, évidemment.
Obviously, we remind all members in the House to respect decorum. I would ask my colleague from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, to please continue his speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member for Kingston the Island just assured me that that he wasn't laughing, he wasn't even listening. It's too bad, he might learn something, Mr. Speaker. I see him chatting over there without a mask, which doesn't bother me. I think he should be free to choose. But his other Liberal colleagues must be terrified at that reality, Mr. Speaker. But nonetheless, let's talk about the fiscal situation and the promises that were made by the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister said in 2015, he said that, three $10 billion deficits, a total of $30 billion in deficits, and then in the fourth year, it would be a balanced budget. They blew through that all in year one. Year one. And they said that they were being ambitious. They were ambitious in their hopes for the country. Well, I would say we should measure our ambition by how much we leave to the next generation, not by how little we leave to the next generation. Because while calling it ambition, the government is creating a situation where my children and their children will have so much less capacity to develop and invest in their own future because they will be paying for the debt that we have run up in such a short space of time. So this was the promise made in 2015, broken right away, blown through, and then tens of billions of dollars in deficits per year have become hundreds of billions of dollars of debt and deficit. And the NDP continuously throughout this process have said it's not enough. They should be spending more. And I just listened to these speeches from NDP members, and it's such a baffling philosophy to me. They talk about people who are struggling, but they never jump to the obvious conclusion, which is let them keep more of their own money and let them spend it on what they want. Again, the member for Elmwood Transcona says he spoke with a constituent, someone who had to, sadly, had to move back in with his parents as a result of expensive dental work. I would say, rather than creating a massive new government program so that the government can pay for his dental work needs and he has to apply to the government and someone has to be hired to evaluate his application and they have to see if he qualifies and they have to establish thresholds and they have to determine who the money is going to be paid through and when. Instead of going through that entire process, how about we cut his taxes? How about we spend less money financed by inflation so that his money can maintain its value? Every time I hear stories from members about people that are struggling in this country, it strikes me that those on the left just use these stories as an excuse to say we should have more government. Well, more government isn't going to help people who are struggling. Because why are people struggling? It's because the cost of living is being driven up by high taxes, and it's being driven up by inflation, by the fact that the government is financing their out-of-control spending by reducing the value of money that people have. And this is most evident in the case of gas prices. Now, let's be very clear and honest about why we have gas prices where they are. Gas prices are where they are because of a policy decision by left-wing parties, Liberal and NDP, who believe that the gas price should be high because they want to use high gas prices as a tool to discourage people from driving. The only reason to support a carbon tax, carbon price, whatever you call it, is to discourage people from buying gas by making the costs higher. Now, of course, the price of gas fluctuates in response to other events because absent the tax, there is an underlying price that goes up and down. But there is a significant amount of that price that is determined by the taxation that sits on top of whatever price the private entity would charge. So of course there's fluctuations, and of course those fluctuations are shaped by global events. But on top of those fluctuations, we have policy choices made by politicians who believe that the gas price should be higher. And what strikes me is that almost nobody in this House is actually prepared to honestly acknowledge that. I hope that someone here, Liberal, NDP, Green, is willing to say what they honestly, clearly believe, which is they want gas prices to be high. That is the point of a carbon tax. It's to make gas prices high. And yet somehow they think they can fool people by saying we've put these taxes on gasoline, but really we would like prices to be lower, and let's blame something else for that fact. But their solution is we're going to have higher and higher taxes, but then we're going to create more programs to allegedly treat the affordability problem. And to me, this is like you're in a hole and you just keep digging. Because the more spending, the more programs they promise, the more government intervention, the more expansion there is of the state sector, the more that money's going to have to come from somewhere. The more we're going to see deficit, inflation, higher prices, higher taxes. And that in turn is going to make life less affordable. So we're in this vicious cycle that's going to accelerate now as a result of this union between the Liberals and the NDP. As we're going to see more spending. This is the promise of this deal that these parties have made. Coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic, when many people are saying we need to get our spending under control, we need to now back off some of these spending measures and move back towards balanced budgets, we actually have this government agreeing to extreme NDP economic policy to put their foot on the gas further. Now, my concern about this deal between the Liberals and the NDP is that we're going to end up with the worst of both worlds. Historically, what we've seen in the House is the NDP pushing far-left economic policy, but sometimes standing with us in trying to hold the government accountable on their ethical failures. Very often, the NDP have opposed things like time allocation and programming motions. They've been willing to join with us on requests for documents, on things like holding the government accountable over We Charity. So we've had, with the NDP, we've had significant disagreements about economic philosophy, but at least been able to work together on some issues around protecting Parliament, protecting the functioning of Parliament, and also on holding the government accountable for significant ethics violations. But what we see with this deal is the government is talking about being able to try to now get a free pass, be able to move their legislation faster without the kind of accountability and scrutiny that's required. They're going to be expecting the NDP to not hold them accountable on ethical issues, to not challenge them on some of these access to documents and defense of Parliament issues. And at the same time, we see without any seeming reluctance, the Liberals diving fully into the radical left-wing economic philosophy of high taxes, high inflation, high deficits, high spending. So what we're left with is this picture of an accord that looks like liberal ethics with NDP economic philosophy. And that is a disaster for this country. And if we must stand alone, Conservatives will indeed take a stand and fight back against these abuses of Parliament, abuses of process, broken promises to voters, and the escalating damage being done to our economy. We will not solve the affordability crisis through higher taxes, higher deficits, and inflation. We will solve it by supporting economic growth driven by individual freedom and individual initiative. That is the kind of philosophy we need. We need support for economic growth driven by individual ingenuity and getting the government out of the way.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Kingston et les Îles.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Only a conservative would refer to taking care of Canadians during a pandemic as left-wing, ultra-left-wing ideology. But in any event, I find it absolutely remarkable, the rhetoric coming from across the way. This is the same party that 3-4 years ago were criticizing the Prime Minister of Canada for the low prices of oil in Canada. As a matter of fact, the Conservative Party somehow, for all the failings and incompetence that they claim this Prime Minister Minister had was somehow able to affect the global price of oil. And meanwhile, now that oil is where they want it to be in order to extract more out of the ground, suddenly they're saying the price of oil is too high and it's the Prime Minister's fault. He's the reason why people are paying more at the gas pumps. Can this member explain to the House, which one is he? Is he a Conservative in favor of high prices of oil so we can extract more out of the ground in his home province? Or is he a Conservative that supports lower oil prices so that gas is cheaper at the pumps?
Honorable député de Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That question was actually below the standards we're used to seeing from the member for Kingston and the Islands. He said that he wasn't listening to my speech earlier, and his question did make that eminently clear. Mr. Speaker, in terms of the question of gas prices, look, it's not for me to set the price of oil. It's not for me to tell you what the optimal price of oil would be. What I'm saying, and the member should listen. The member should listen now at least. But he's not, and that's okay. That's okay. But, Mr. Speaker, the issue is that his government is pursuing a policy of intentionally raising the price of gas through a carbon tax. That is the purpose of a carbon tax. What I'm saying is, let's recognizing that the price of oil is set by global factors, let's give people relief at the pump by eliminating the carbon tax, the amount they pay to the government on top of the price set by the private sector.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de Repentigny.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you very much. I really would like to speak about the fuel tax, but no, I made a speech on that yesterday. Now, on the other hand, the member spoke about the fact that there will be problems for future generations, that it's serious, and yes, we do need to think about future generations, but I have a suggestion to help the situation. Last spring in the budget, there were measures to fight tax havens. But now, that's completely disappeared off the radar. If we really fought tax havens, then we would be able to feel much better about the plight of future generations. What does my colleague think of this government's leadership on fighting tax havens?
Député de Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In terms of this issue of tax havens, look, I think people should follow the law, and we should have rules that are designed to ensure that people who work in Canada are paying taxes on things in Canada. What we can't control, though, is that when taxes are too high, sometimes people will simply choose to make investments elsewhere. They'll choose to live and work elsewhere. So while I think we do need to address if there are loopholes or points of unfairness that people are taking advantage of in the tax system, what we want to be doing is looking to make Canada a jurisdiction which is desirable from an investment perspective, desirable from a taxation perspective. And in a world of international competition, we can't get away from the fact that if we don't do that, people will make other choices with their money.
On a le temps pour une brève question.
One more quick question. The honourable member for Courtenay-Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, Ted, who is a constituent of mine in Parksville, came to me last week, and most of his teeth had fallen out. I've since learned all of his teeth have fallen out. He couldn't eat, Mr. Speaker. He was having challenges. He's one of the 6.7 million Canadians that don't have dental coverage, Mr. Speaker, that don't see a dentist on a regular basis. Mr. Speaker, the member talked about what do New Democrats honestly believe. We believe that big oil companies, big box stores, the big banks that have profited over $1 billion should pay more tax. We know the Conservatives believe, according to their leader, that Canadians don't want or need a dental care plan. Ted does. Maybe the colleague can speak about what he's going to say to the 6.7 million Canadians that don't have a dental care plan. Does he believe that they don't need it?
On a le temps d'une brève réponse.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I don't know Ted, and I don't know his situation. But I think what Ted would like most is to have the dignity of the ability to have a good job and low taxes that allow him to be able to afford to make his own choices with his own money, including being able to attend to those kinds of needs. Now, we should have significant compassion for those who can't afford those things, but I don't want Ted and others in his situation to have to go to a bureaucrat and ask for permission to pay for the things they need. I want him to be able to earn and keep more of his own money. I don't know the particulars of his situation, but for people in that situation, I say giving individuals control and autonomy and ensuring that they have the resources and our economy is functioning at a level where they can make those investments in themselves, that's a much better way to go.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crawford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is, as always, an honor to be able to stand in this place and represent the good people of Battle River Crowfoot. Now, Mr. Speaker, in entering into debate on Bill C-8, I believe that there is some incredibly important context that is required for an understanding as to the circumstances our nation finds itself in when it comes to the fiscal realities that government and so many Canadians are facing. You know, recently it was revealed that there is a 5.7% inflation rate, Mr. Speaker. 5.7%. Now, for context, the average wage in this country goes up by somewhere around 2.5%. So, Mr. Speaker, the reality is this. The reality is this. Canadians, by virtue of inflation and the average wages, and I certainly hear from constituents often that are certainly not getting that 2.5% increase. But, Madam Speaker, welcome to the chair. It certainly is that Canadians their buying power is being reduced, Madam Speaker. Their buying power each and every day is being reduced. Now, I found it astounding, Madam Speaker, that in question period, when I asked the question yesterday, and some of my colleagues continue to ask these questions today, that the Associate Minister of Finance for our country would stand up and say that a tax break on gas, diesel, home heating fuel wouldn't actually help. Well, Madam Speaker, my challenge to all Liberal members who agree with their Associate Minister of Finance would be to ask their constituents whether or not a 5% savings in a province like Alberta, more savings when it comes to provinces that have HST, would it make a difference? So to all the Canadians watching, if you have a Liberal member of Parliament, you share with them. You share with them whether or not the tax break would make a difference when it comes to the reality that so many Canadians are facing with the increased cost of things like fuel at the pumps. Because, Madam Speaker, again, important context. I represent a largely rural constituency. And the reality is this. We don't have access to a subway. You know, as much as Drumheller or Camrose or Wainwright or Provost would love these massive public infrastructure projects like light rail transit and whatnot, these communities of 20,000, 10,000, 5,000 or less, Madam Speaker, they don't have an option. So members opposite would suggest, well, simply buy an electric car or simply take the bus. Well, Madam Speaker, I know, as a representative of a rural constituency, that that's not the reality, that for sure the 10% of Canadians that do not live in major urbans, and certainly many others that don't have equitable access or easy access to public transportation. So, Madam Speaker, let me share this observation. You know, I find it interesting. I certainly hear from many constituents who are concerned about the carbon tax. The carbon tax's cost on their daily lives, whether it be a carbon tax bill on their home heating that is in some cases as much as the cost of the gas itself. Madam Speaker, the carbon tax adding what will be on April 1st, you know, close to 12 cents per litre in addition to the cost of the commodity itself and the various other taxes. Madam Speaker, the reality of the carbon tax is this, and it's important for Canadians to understand, is that the Liberals want these prices to be higher. The Minister for the Environment stood up again today and said that this is an effective mechanism to address emissions. Okay, but the context for that, Madam Speaker, is this. The more Canadians pay, this is what he's saying, the more Canadians pay, the better, because it will force behavior change. So, Madam Speaker, again, I ask, when it comes to the feedback that Liberal MPs that NDP MPs in their new coalition arrangement that Canadians certainly didn't vote for. Let me make that very clear. Madam Speaker, the reality is that the Liberals and the NDP want higher taxes, want higher prices for things like elastic commodities, like natural gas that heats people's homes, like heating fuel that's required in many First Nations communities, like the gas and diesel that's required to take your kids to soccer practice, commute to work, or to a truck driver or a locomotive that delivers the goods that Canadians need. Madam Speaker, the reality is Liberals want those higher prices. So now they're going to talk about affordability and make excuses around how somehow a little bit of a break for Canadians won't actually help. Well, Madam Speaker, the reality is this. Canadians know otherwise. So I would just share an inconvenient truth with the new Liberal NDP government that exists in this country. When it comes to the results of the last election, it was actually the Conservatives that received the most votes. So an inconvenient truth again, Madam Speaker, is that it was actually Conservatives' environmental plan that received the most votes. An inconvenient truth for the members opposite is that it was Conservatives' plan, which was highly recommended by economists when it comes to addressing the housing crisis that exists in many areas of this country. It was the Conservative plan that got more votes than the Liberal plan, than the NDP plan, or the Bloc plan, or any of the other parties' plans. So, Madam Speaker, that's an inconvenient truth, because while the Liberals are desperate to cover up the fiscal disaster that is present within Canada, and to further distract from the reality of the situations of certainly many constituents that I hear from that are facing challenges to simply make ends meet each and every day. So, Madam Speaker, we stand here debating Bill C-8. And I guess the one bit of solace when it comes to the reality faced with the new NDP Liberal government is this. That's basically what we said would happen in the context of the last election. We said that a vote for the NDP was a vote for the Liberals. Well, it turns out that although the media and many Liberals said, well, that won't happen. In fact, the leader of the NDP said that won't happen. Well, Madam Speaker, the true colors have now shone through. So my advice to all those NDP members watching is if you look throughout the history of coalition agreements, if you look at the history of coalition agreements, Madam Speaker, you will see this. It rarely works out for the coalition minority partner. So history has a pretty strong precedent in that regard, and my suggestion would be this to the members, especially the backbench of the Liberal Party, who seem to finally, and certainly I hear from constituents that are encouraged that a few members of the backbench of the Liberals are starting to stand up against the authoritarianism that has been represented in certainly the front bench and that of the office of the Prime Minister. But, Madam Speaker, they would simply ask that they stand up for the people that they represent. Whether it be on issues related to COVID, whether it be on affordability, whether it be in housing, whether it be in agriculture, to listen to some of the talk about agriculture. Madam Speaker, as a farmer myself, I agree and appreciate how important food security is. Well, Madam Speaker, we are seeing with the situation in Ukraine and energy security, we have a situation developing that could be absolutely disastrous for global food security, directly related to so many of the issues that we are faced here. Yet the Liberals would do something like suggest a 30% reduction in the fertilizer that's required to actually grow the food that's needed to feed the world. Madam Speaker, it's that sort of absurdity that although the members opposite, they like to gloss over some of those realities, those facts, it certainly has a massive impact. So, Madam Speaker, as I come to the conclusion of my speech, we have seen the carbon tax reality impacting Canadians. We have seen the out-of-control spending more dollars chasing fewer goods, and the reality that that has on impacting Canadians' buying power. So things like groceries, things like fuel, things like housing. Madam Speaker, we see the devastating impact of how a government that puts more credence in big announcements and carefully worded press releases than actual carefully crafted monetary policy for a G7 power. Madam Speaker, so often we see the challenges that our country is facing being simply dismissed, ignored, or in some cases ridiculed by a now NDP Liberal government that truly needs to take a moment and consider carefully the implications of the massive expenditures, the massive direction that Canadians certainly didn't vote for in terms of a functional majority within the House of Commons. Madam Speaker, these are the things that need to be considered as we debate these such important issues within the People's House.
If we want to have time for some questions, it is time for it now. The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente. And I'd like to say to the Honourable Member from Battle River Crowfoot, who is a very, very eloquent orator, I will give the member that. Sometimes some of the substance I'm not too sure about, but his voice does carry in this House. We can hear him. I would like to say, obviously, with a parliamentary democracy, Canadians vote. They send us here to represent their interests. For the last 2.5 years, of course, we've had their backs, and we will continue to have the backs of Canadians day in, day out as we exit COVID-19 and the pandemic. I will say, in reference to Bill C-8, there are many provisions in Bill C-8 for affordable housing, for vaccines, for helping businesses and schools with their HVAC system, for ventilation systems. So there are many, many things that are many measures in Bill C-8 that are going to assist the honourable members, residents, his businesses, the wonderful folks that get up every morning and work hard every day, educators. There's an improved tax credit for educators. And cannot the honourable member at least admit there are many provisions here that are going to assist his residents, and that they, the official opposition, should actually vote for Bill C-8?
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question. And just as a note before I answer the substance of his question, my constituents speak often about how they would like the Liberal government to get out of the way for them being able to prosper. Things like allowing our agricultural and energy sectors to prosper, to be a country of yes again, to be a country that allows major infrastructure projects, to be a country that allows economic development that's uninhibited by the heavy hand of bureaucrats in Ottawa. But, Madam Speaker, I would quote the Parliamentary Budget Officer who recently said, quote, "It appears to me that the rationale for the additional spending initially set aside as stimulus no longer exists." Madam Speaker, that wasn't me that made those statements initially. That was the Parliamentary Budget Officer, somebody that thinks long and hard about Canada's monetary policy.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for L'Avignon Matisse Matapédia. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I agree with him that in terms of cost of living, it's deplorable, both in his writing and in mine. There are higher rent prices, grocery prices, gas, etc. We have to find a way to cut or help our citizens with these issues, but to slash the carbon tax, I don't think that would be not the right solution or a good idea. Quebec has a carbon tax market that is doing very well. Tax will increase by a few dollars, but people will be reimbursed for this through their taxes. Will this be enough if we cut the carbon tax to help our fellow Canadians? I don't think so. Does he agree with me that we should rather take the money from tax havens rather than slashing the carbon tax, which is a measure to help climate change?
So Madam Speaker, the simple response, and I appreciate the question from the member from the bloc, the simple answer to her question would be yes, let's have a meaningful effort to actually make sure that those who are illegally avoiding taxes in this country are actually discovered, prosecuted, and in wherever possible that those funds be recovered. But Madam Speaker, when it comes to the record high prices that Canadians are facing at the pumps, whether it be because of the carbon tax, and quite frankly, Madam Speaker, although I disagree with the carbon tax and its policy, although Albertans very vehemently disagree with the carbon tax and its policy, the member from the bloc, I think, would agree with me to suggest that it should be up to a province to make that determination for its citizens, not a big-handed, bureaucratic-heavy initiative determined from the hallways of offices in our national capital city, Madam Speaker. It should be the people of...
I wasn't getting that.
And in this case, would see significant benefits
I have to interrupt the honourable member because it is 5:43. The honourable member will have about a minute left to continue answering questions the next time the bill is debated. It being 5:43, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Mr. Lewis, orders of today.
Private members' business. Second reading, first time debated of Bill C-241, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, deduction of travel expenses for trade persons, standing in the name of Mr. Lewis, Essex.
Mr. Lewis, Essex, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-241, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, deduction of travel expenses for tradespersons, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Debate. The Honourable Member for Essex.
Well, thanks so much, Madam Speaker, and let me just start off by saying what an absolute honour it is. Completely privileged beyond belief, kind of mind-boggling, because it's one thing just to get to this House, Madam Speaker. It's another thing to be fortunate enough to be so early in the private member's business. So it really, truly is quite a remarkable day. And not just a remarkable day for me, Madam Speaker, but perhaps for some, close to a million trades workers across Canada. Perhaps just a really, really remarkable day. Madam Speaker, I would like to first say thank you to the folks of Essex who elected me to represent them. Without their support, I certainly wouldn't be here in this place today bringing this private member's bill forward, Madam Speaker. Secondly, I'd be very remiss if I didn't say thank you to Tommy Hulkinen. He's from UBC Local 494 from Windsor, Madam Speaker, and I know when I ran the very first time here for this place to be the representative for Essex, he asked me to bring this private member's bill forward. Apparently he's been working on this for some 11 or 13 years. And so I gave him my word, Madam Speaker, that if indeed I was elected, and if indeed I was up early enough in the pre-PMB process, I would bring this bill forward. And so I'm proud to bring it forward, and I'm proud that I could actually keep my word for Tommy, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, my bill, the People's Bill, the Trade Workers' Bill, Bill C-241, is an act to amend the Income Tax Act, specifically a deduction, not a tax credit, a deduction of travel expenses for tradespersons. I also like to call it the Fair Traveling Tradespersons Bill. And Madam Speaker, I get 15 minutes to talk, and I've probably already used up a minute and a half. But, Madam Speaker, it's a very, very simple bill. It really is. It talks about three things. Where the taxpayer was employed as a duly qualified tradesperson or an indentured apprentice, a construction activity at a job site that was located at least 120 kilometers away from their ordinary place of residence, amounts expended by the taxpayer in the year for traveling to and from the job site, if the taxpayer does three things: was required under the contract of employment to pay those expenses, did not receive an allowance in respect of those expenses that is not included in computing the taxpayer's income for that year, and finally does not claim those expenses as an income deduction or a tax credit for the year under other provisions of this Act. And so I won't need to tell you, Madam Speaker, through this process, I've spoke to a number of trade associations, a number of trades unions, the managers of such, the leaders of such, and I am yet to find one, Madam Speaker, that does not completely endorse this bill, which tells me, Madam Speaker, there's a huge void that needs to be filled, and it tells me, Madam Speaker, that we've been walking by an opportunity to support trades and trades folks. Madam Speaker, by 2025, Ontario alone will need an additional 350,000 tradespeople to fill just the current need. And as often the case, Madam Speaker, tradespersons can be expected to travel long distances from one job to the next, far from home. With inflation at a 30-year high and during the ongoing cost of living crisis, this bill is a common sense proposal for hard-working Canadians. And when it comes down to it, this legislation is just basic fairness for tradespeople. I made a commitment, Madam Speaker, to the tradespeople in my riding to bring it forward, and that's exactly what I'm doing. Madam Speaker, because this bill is, in my opinion, quite frankly, so simple, I want to tell a few stories of the folks that I've been speaking to along the way, because I really believe that through their stories, it brings out the magic of what this bill will do for everyday Canadians and their families. And so, first and foremost, Madam Speaker, I want to speak to Canada's building trade unions. And they've been very good in helping me kind of just navigate through or stick handle through, if you're a Canadian hockey player, I suppose, what exactly is needed. So CBTU represents members who work in more than 60 different trades and occupations and generate 6% of Canada's GDP. Their industry maintains and repairs more than $2.2 trillion in assets. Their work is not just done on site, but in facilities that provides modules or other components that are incorporated into the larger structures that they work on. And once those structures are built, Madam Speaker, they are employed in their renovation, maintenance, and repurposing. And so they go on to say getting people to work. And this is a really neat one. Depending on private and public investments at different times, and this is really, really an important point, certain regions will have more employment opportunities than others. These conditions lead to a necessity for skilled trades workers to temporarily relocate or travel long distances to projects to meet the needs of the market. As projects are completed, workers will then return to their permanent residence. With families to support, temporary relocation costs can prove to be burdensome for workers, contributing to increased reliance on programs like unemployment insurance, while exacerbating labor shortages in certain regions. As the Canadian economy transitions to net zero, Madam Speaker, the federal government needs to implement travel supports for workers in the traditional oil and gas sector. They go on to talk about addressing inequality in the Income Tax Act. And they go on to say, in its current form, the Income Tax Act is an inequitable tax policy. Today, and this is a very important point, Madam Speaker, today, salespeople, professionals, and Canadians in other industries can receive a tax deduction for the cost of their travel, their meals, and their accommodations when traveling for work. The same option is denied to skilled trade workers who work on job sites that are in different regions or provinces from their primary residence. A few stories, Madam Speaker, and these are real stories. Emails. The following is an example of an apprentice. His name is Theo. As a carpenter apprentice, I traveled from Windsor to Timmins, Ontario for several months in order to work at construction projects in remote parts of Northern Ontario. I spent thousands of dollars of my money on gas, food, and hotels, and I was not able to get any assistance for. I also put a lot of kilometers on my car in this time, and it wore out and depreciated a lot, which affected my ability to get ahead. I gave up a lot of time from family and friends in order to work. There is a lot of work opportunities in remote parts of Canada, and a tax deduction of travel expenses would help apprentices like myself to travel to better work opportunities. I love the word opportunities. I hope that this bill passes and that all members of this Parliament support Bill C-241. Another one, Madam Speaker. Canada provides excellent opportunities for construction workers on projects that are often far away from places they call home. Canada has been built by skilled tradespeople that have left families and communities to travel to work to opportunities on projects that may not be available close to home. Canada is experiencing record labor shortages, and it is crucial that Canada's assets with the workforce mobility removes the barriers to travel that currently exist. And that one was from Tommy Hulkinen, and he's the president of the Essex and Kent Building and Construction Trades Council. And he did go on to say, Madam Speaker, please note that the Carpenters Union, Local 494, fully endorses this bill, as well as is willing and able to speak on this bill if asked if it goes to committee. This was a cool one. So, do we have a labor shortage in this country? I say, and this is another gentleman, his name is Russ, I say we currently have a shortage of political will for fairness and mobility for the Canadian skilled worker. Today, all of this can change if you vote yes to support the Canadian skilled worker in this non-bipartisan bill, which I fully stand behind and support. Your constituents have elected you to do the right thing for this country and contribute to our society, both ethically and morally. We are not asking for a payday or a handout. All we are asking for is fairness. Our country can have the skilled workers needed if the shackles regarding mobility can be released for the Canadian skilled worker. Just a couple more, Madam Speaker. Jarrett is an electrician from Windsor with 2 young boys, has been forced to travel across Canada, leaving his home province of Ontario in order to provide for his family. If the stress of being away from home isn't enough to deal with, Madam Speaker, imagine not being around to guide your children while they were growing up. With all that added outside pressure, it would only be sensible to allow construction workers dealing with the same issues to be able to write off their travel expenses. Peter, the Executive Director of the Construction Labour Relations Association of Manitoba, Madam Speaker, says, you well know all major infrastructure construction projects in Manitoba's history have always relied on workers traveling from one province to supplement Manitoba's skilled tradespersons' labour supply. The same can be said for every province across Canada. Promoting mobility by eliminating the current travel expenses for our construction trade workers is simply sound economic policy with a strong sprinkling of common sense. On behalf of the many construction contractor employers that I represent, I am dedicated to working with you and Russ and others who will support this critical and timely national incentive. Madam Speaker, I could continue on with more testimonial, but I know that my time is coming short. Madam Speaker, as we heard today in this House, the price of fuel, the price of hotels, the price of food, inflation, and all of this lies on the backs of the very tradesfolks that are building, have built, continue to, and will be the builders of this country in the future. To put that extra burden on them, Madam Speaker, is absolutely unfair. This is a fair bill, Madam Speaker, that leaves money in the pockets of the tradespersons and gives back to the skilled trades, a trade that has been walked past for many years, been quite frankly ignored, but expected to travel across Canada to build our bridges, to build our roads, to build the homes that we all know that we have a major shortage of in this country, to keep our electric system moving. Madam Speaker, this really should be, I suppose, a no-brainer, at the very, very least to send it to committee to be studied, Madam Speaker. The neat thing about this bill, Madam Speaker, is it literally covers tradesfolks from coast to coast to coast, from St. John's, Newfoundland, across Canada. It doesn't just help one area, it helps the entire country. And I suppose, Madam Speaker, if it looks like I'm kind of smiling a little bit today, it's because I'm kind of excited to introduce the PMB. But the second reason I'm smiling, Madam Speaker, is we have a major, major opportunity to do something huge for Canadians, for our skilled trades force, to truly give them the support that they not only deserve, but they need going forward. And as my time comes to an end, Madam Speaker, the last two things I would leave is this. I suppose if there was ever a time for all parties to come together and become completely bipartisan and just know that what we're doing is right, and yes, it can be studied, but know what we're doing is right, it kind of puts a smile on my face. And I'll leave the one last thought, Madam Speaker. I don't know of any member in this place that doesn't either get expensed or reimbursed for or can write off their travel expenses. And if it's good enough for members of Parliament, then it should darn well be good enough for the trades folks. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Niagara. Niagara Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, fellas. Madam Speaker, a quick question with respect to the presentation given today, and I do appreciate the presentation. Great work, and I do support the direction that you're taking this, and I'm hoping to see this go to committee. Quick question. You mentioned here about travel. And,
Anything?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Quick question to the member. With respect to, you mentioned about travel. How about tools? We have a maximum deduction for tools that's listed under CRA. Is there any thought given to adding to this PMB to include not only travel, but as well the tools of the trade? And that can be anything from the big vehicles, machines, all the way down to the hammer and the screwdrivers and things that tradespeople use on a daily basis. Is there any thought given to actually include that in this PMB?
The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you to the honourable member. Thank you, sir, for the question. You know, it's ironic that you bring that up because that's been brought up to me a number of times in my discussions here over the last, couple of years, so to speak, and they've asked for that. The truth of the matter is, although I'm a person that loves to ask for the world, I was trying to keep it simplified to get something passed to help them out. By all means, when it goes to committee, if you'd like to make a suggestions for that, I'm all ears. Whatever we can do to help them, to move that the trades forward, I'm all about that. So thank you very much for the question. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Jonesy, come on.
Questions and comments?
For Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And indeed, the honourable member is in good form today. He seemed very excited to present this bill. In fact, he sounded very much like a New Democrat, and I'll tell you why, Madam Speaker.
Take that back.
I'll tell you why, because it's been New Democrats since 2006 who first introduced this bill under Chris Charlton, and again in 2008, and again in 2013, and again in 2021, and in fact, my PMB is very much like this. So through you, Madam Chair, to the honourable member, who's been in such good form with strong New Democratic talking points, why is it that the honourable member, in determining the distance, made it a further distance of 120 kilometres rather than the 80 kilometres that we have prescribed year and year again?
The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the honourable member. And yes, sir. Yes, yes, honourable member. I'm sorry. I heard somebody say, "Why did I make it from 80 to 120?" And somebody said inflation. That's why I couldn't help it, Madam Speaker. Listen, Madam Speaker. At the end of the day, it goes like this. I'm open to discussion at committee. I'm open to ideas. Why did I think 120? Well, typically speaking, depending on where you live, some of us have access to a major artery, a major highway. Some of us don't. And so the 120 thought in my brain was about an hour and a half from home, which seems to me, Madam Speaker, as though if I'm an hour and a half from home, that's 3 hours of travel every single day. I'm probably going to want to stay out of town. But, Madam Speaker, if I can get the support of the NDP, heck, I'll even call myself an NDP for one day for that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Order. The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I don't have a question for my colleague. Rather, I'd like to congratulate him because, often people criticize bills that they don't like, but when there are bills that are good, I think we have to highlight that. And so I should note that it's very nice to see that this Conservative MP is ready to defend the rights of workers, and so I'll be happy to work with them on this bill, and I'll speak more to that in my speech in a few moments. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much to my honourable colleague. I know there's no question, but it certainly sounds as though there is at least an appetite, potentially a flavour here to move it forward. So that means a lot to my honourable colleague, and thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Chatham-Kent, Leamington.
And I want to thank my honourable colleague and indeed my neighbour and congratulate him for introducing this private member's bill. We've talked a lot in this House about labour shortages. It's a no-brainer to link a potential change here to addressing that. So I want to give my honourable neighbour the opportunity to comment about how he feels the impact of this bill would play out on labour shortages, particularly in the trade sector, but indeed, and help our whole construction and other industries.
Honourable Member for Essex in 10 seconds.
10 seconds. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my honourable member from Chatham-Kent, Leamington, and my neighbour and my friend. There's just there's our ridings matching up. It's a huge envelope of opportunity for local trades, and I know it's going to be beneficial. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure and a great honor and a privilege to rise in this House on behalf of the people of Halifax West.
And a pleasure and an honor to rise here on behalf of the residents of Halifax West. And I'm pleased today to rise to debate Bill C-241. And the total name of it is an act to amend the Income Tax Act, deduction of travel expenses for tradespeople. I want to thank my colleague for bringing this important issue forward. We committed in our platform to move forward with introducing a labor mobility tax credit to allow workers in the building and construction trades to deduct certain eligible travel and temporary relocation expenses and to give them a tax credit on a yearly basis. And I'm proud of that commitment, and I do hope to see progress on it soon. I want to take this opportunity today, though, to reiterate the great value of the skilled trades for Canadians. Skilled trades workers literally build our cities, homes, and communities. They master their craft, upgrade their skills, train the next generation of their trade, and help fill our labor gaps while providing for their families. Nous pensons que pour aider...
We believe that to help fight the labor shortage in the trades and to help small businesses continue to develop, we need to invest in our tradespeople by providing them tax breaks on travel undertaken in the context of their work.
To continually champion and highlight skilled trades and the wide variety of career options that are in high demand, we need people of all backgrounds to choose these to fuel our economic growth and recovery. The people of my communities in Halifax West know that very well, with all the new construction in our cities and in our neighborhoods. Madame la Présidente, there are...
Madam Speaker.
Encourage people to enter the skilled trades. We can use our place in public life to highlight the value of the trades. We can make it easy to learn how to get into a trade. We can provide appropriate supports for those who want to pursue training, and we can invest to improve and expand the opportunities available, including for underrepresented groups of Canadians who should also see a future for themselves in the skilled trades. Our government, I'm proud to say, is doing just that, and I will note that this is work that I was so proud to be involved in during my time as Nova Scotia's Provincial Minister of Labour and Advanced Education as well. To highlight the value of skilled trades workers and the supports available to build a successful and fulfilling career in the trades, our government recently launched an advertising campaign to promote the skilled trades as first choice careers for young people in diverse populations. The campaign website, canada.ca/skilled trades, provides Canadians with information about what the skilled trades are, how to become a tradesperson, and what financial supports are available to them while in training. And 2 years ago, we announced the Canadian Apprenticeship Strategy, which paved the way for a new apprenticeship service. It will help first-year apprentices in eligible Red Seal trades get the hands-on experience they need for a career in the skilled trades. I also know firsthand from my days as a provincial minister of the great support and funding the Government of Canada provides to provinces and territories to help them raise awareness about careers in the trades. Madame la Présidente, our government is investing nearly $1 billion annually in apprenticeship supports through grants and contributions, loans, tax credits, employment insurance benefits during in-school training, project funding, and support for the Red Seal program. That's a major investment, and part of that is programs like the Union Training and Innovation Program. Last week, I visited the Building Trades Advancement College in my riding to announce funding through that program to 2 local skilled trade unions. In fact, they brought forward this bill to me, and therefore that's why I'm rising today and happily speak on it. So I was there with the International Union of Painters and Allied Trades, District Council 39, and the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 625. I was fortunate to see firsthand how federal dollars were being put to work securing the equipment and materials that our skilled trades workers need to upgrade their skills and train the next generation of workers. This included a spider crane, a scissor lift, electric conduit benders, and many other pieces of equipment and training station that this funding helped provide. That's one of many ways we support our skilled tradespeople and their livelihoods. All this to say is that I will use my position here to stand up for the skilled trades, advocate for skilled trade workers, and help to celebrate the trades generally to those considering what to do with their future. So in addressing the bill today, we all know that the nature of the construction industry requires skilled trades workers to travel to project locations as they arise. Sometimes there isn't enough work locally, and travel is a necessity to pay the mortgage and put food on the table. The people of my province and my region understand that necessity well, although I have to note how far we've come in terms of our success, growing our own local economies and giving people the opportunity to stay and earn a living in our own communities. Madam Speaker, when tradespeople have to travel to work and when expenses are not covered by their employer, they have to pay out of pocket for their travel expenses, and those costs can run high and at times make it prohibitively expensive to travel for a work opportunity. In fact, Canada's Building Trades Union reports that 70% of building trades workers have had to pay out of pocket for work-related travel expenses. For other Canadians, the Income Tax Act allows for a tax deduction for the cost of their travel, meals, accommodation when traveling for work. However, currently that option is not available to skilled trades workers who work on job sites in different regions or provinces from their primary residence. And I think that's a discrepancy that calls for a policy solution. The status quo effectively penalizes people who are willing, ready, and able to work, and who we need to build up our infrastructure, improve housing supply, address local labor shortages, and support our recovery. So we have an opportunity to correct that here and to put more money in the pockets of workers. So this type of support is something that skilled trades workers support. It's one of many ways we can make working in the skilled trades more attractive. Madam Speaker, in debating this bill, I do have a few questions, though, and some of them may have been raised in the questions leading up to this. But first, the bill would allow tradespeople and indentured apprentices to deduct from their income amounts expended for traveling where they were employed in a construction activity at a job site that is located at least 120 kilometers away from their ordinary place of business. That distance is greater than some other proposed minimum distances, and it certainly is greater than the one proposed by Canada's building trade unions. And so I look forward to receiving more detail on the rationale or thinking that was used in selecting that number. Secondly, I note that the bill does not contain precise definitions, perhaps most notably of traveling expenses, and I think we need to see greater clarity here because we know workers don't just end up paying for their transportation, they sometimes have to pay for accommodations, meal, etc. And so I look forward to more clarity on that. Next, I note that the bill does not include safeguards to contain its scope and cost. For example, there's no minimum period of relocation and no cap on the number of trips or on the amount of expenses that can be deducted in a year. And I look forward as well to that when it comes to committee and hearing testimony from witnesses and so on to get a bit more clarity on that part of the bill as well. So, Madam Speaker, overall, I do appreciate what the member's bill is trying to achieve. Providing skilled trades workers with tax relief for the necessary travel that they must do for work is an important step that we can and must take. And I expect that our government will move forward with a new labor mobility tax credit for workers in the building and construction industry, and that would be an additional tool to support our hard-working tradespeople. Thank you very much, and I look forward to this bill when it comes to committee. Merci.
Prise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak to the Bloc Québécois' position on Bill C-241, as tabled by my colleague, the member for Essex. This is an interesting bill, as I said earlier, and, you know, often when we talk about a bill, people say, oh, my goodness, it's going to be huge. It's going to take a long time to go through it and try to understand everything that's in it. And so people are often worried about that. But I think in this case, I think we can take some time to look at the details of this bill because it's only about a page long. And sometimes when a bill is short, that means that it's efficient. It means we can have a good look at it. So this would amend the Income Tax Act to allow tradespersons and apprentices who need to spend a fair bit of money to travel a fair distance to their work, that they would be able to deduct that from their income from the work. And I think it's an interesting idea. And so if we look more specifically at this, it would modify subsection 8.1 of the Income Tax Act. And if you look at the details, it says that where the taxpayer was employed as a duly qualified tradesperson or an indentured apprentice in a construction activity at a job site that was located at least 120 kilometers away from their ordinary place of residence. And so obviously the expenses would have to be linked to travel to that workplace. And so the tradesperson would also have to have been required to some extent to have spent that money to go to their workplace, and obviously would not have been reimbursed by their employer. So at first glance, all of this certainly makes sense, and that's why the Bloc Québécois intends to vote in favor of Bill C-241. This bill has been recommended by the trades unions in Canada. So this is something that the union movement has been looking for, and it's important to note that. It's unusual to see a Conservative MP table a bill that the unions are happy with. So, when we see something like that go by, we have to jump on it. Now, this is something that could affect millions of workers. But if we look specifically at Quebec, and of course, obviously in the Bloc Québécois, this is particularly what we want to look at. This would affect especially the construction sector, but certainly some other sectors, but particularly the construction sector. That's 1 in 20 jobs in Quebec. So that's a lot of people who, through this bill, would, in theory, be able to deduct some of their expenses linked to their travel to a workplace to a building site that's far away from their home. And I think they would be very happy to see something like this move forward. And so I mentioned that it was 1 in 20 jobs in Quebec. That's 260,000 people. So that's a lot of people. And it's important to note here that this isn't something that's come out of nowhere. There are people, other colleagues who mentioned earlier, that parliamentarians are able to deduct their travel expenses, their meal expenses, and their housing expenses when they travel. So we benefit from this. So it would not be very nice of us to say, well, we can benefit from this, but others cannot. That would be a very strange message to send. But there are others who might want similar treatments. There are traveling salespeople. There are others who benefit from similar measures, but these measures are not available right now to tradespeople. And it's strange to say that, we're in 2022 and these things aren't available. When you think about it, there are work sites that are, hundreds of kilometers away from where people live. And there are two cases that I can mention specifically, two cases in my family. My two grandfathers were tradespeople. My paternal grandfather was a plumber, and he worked on job sites for years. He worked on the Olympic Stadium. He worked on military bases, office towers, and he didn't have the right to claim these kinds of deductions when he worked as a plumber. And I'm sure he would have appreciated it because when you go to work on a work site that's quite a long way from your home, you don't see your family for hours and hours or days and days in some cases. And to have to add that kind of spending to get to your work site on top of all that, well, that's something that, is discouraging. It would discourage you in some cases for wanting to go to work. So, in certain markets, there may be people who will say that, oh, yeah, I need this job. I'll travel 200 kilometers a day and I'll pay for the gas, because I need the work. But, there's a question of fairness here as well, because these people, it costs them a lot of money to be able to do their jobs. So, that's not something that is reflected in every contract. For example, there are certain employers who, yes, are going to provide the housing. For example, there are others who will pay the mileage. But not everybody will do that. And for those where it's not the case, well, I think we need to give them that opportunity. And I talked about my grandfather, that maybe back in the day, that would have allowed him to travel to work sites that were further away than what he was able to do because, he, again, wanted to stay not too far from his house. But I can mention my other grandfather, on the maternal side, who was also a tradesperson, who worked on the lines, and he worked for Hydro-Quebec a long way from home. I think he worked on every dam that we built in Quebec. And, this is something that could be good, not just for people who leave from the big cities to go and work in rural areas where we need more workers, and often there are big work sites in rural areas. You might need 5,000 or 10,000 workers at a time. That's not always easy to find. But in the big cities, there might be more workers that you could find. But on the other hand, people who live in rural areas who want to be able to stay in their regions but who want to have access to jobs or contracts in the major cities, well, they have to take their travel into account, and that's something that would prevent them from staying in rural areas or in the regions. So I think that this measure is good for everybody, both workers from rural areas and workers in the big cities. It's good for big projects and smaller projects, and obviously with big projects, you need to go a bit faster, so maybe it'll be a bit more visible in those cases.
Donc, évidemment, on a parlé de ça, mais on pourrait aussi parler qu'à ce moment, on est dans un contexte de pénurie de main-d'œuvre. Donc, dans un contexte de pénurie de main-d'œuvre, où il y a une...
Right now, there is a labor shortage. There are not enough workers. And sometimes in the regions, people think they would like to hire, but they just can't find people. So in those cases, it may take even longer to start, or things may just not happen at all. So having this additional incentive here would mean that people, thanks to this tax deduction, people who might not have taken the job, but they might decide to take it. They might decide to go because now financially it makes sense. It's a little bit of help, and it recognizes the expenses that people need to take on the job. So right now with the labor shortage, this is a factor because we need people, we need workers, and we need to encourage people to take on jobs. And we might also want to think about, well, I mentioned people who may have to go far away from their families, people who may go far away for long periods of time. And so that's already a major sacrifice. People who are missing out on time with their families. So getting that little bit of help, a little bit of support, it compensates them for having to move to go long distances for their jobs. And we can think that in the States, for example, elsewhere in the world, for example, the States, something similar is done, and the States has a similar market to ours, and that's the way it works there. So I don't see why we wouldn't do it. And something else we need to take into account is the matter of inflation. We've been talking about inflation quite a lot recently. There's a great deal of inflation. Prices are going up. And when you think about it, we all know that groceries are costing more, that restaurants and all sorts of things cost more right now, because hospitality businesses that took on debt during the pandemic now need to hike their prices in order to be able to pay back their debt. Or they won't be able to keep their head above water. And we know that hotels, hospitality, and of course fuel, gas has gone up a lot. So there's all those things. So if we could help workers with these types of costs, that would be a real plus. Thank you.
Debate, the honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I rise again. I feel the need to begin my comments by recapitulating the words of the honourable member from Essex, who shared that he would happily call himself a New Democrat to get this PMB passed, if even just for a day. And I'm glad it's on the Hansard. I'm glad it's on the Hansard, Madam Speaker, because as I had shared in my question to the honourable member from Essex, the New Democratic Party has been on the Hansard on this very bill 5 times since 2006.
That's right.
And I'm going to take a moment to recapitulate. In 2006, Bill C-390 under the always honourable Chris Charlton. Again, in 2008, C-227 introduced by the honourable Chris Charlton. 2013, Bill C-201, again, Chris Charlton. And when Chris Charlton retired, she handed it over to a working class hero from Hamilton, the always honourable Scott Duvall, who introduced this same bill, C-275. Madam Speaker, I had the honour, being from Hamilton, to continue the working class values of our city and our party by introducing Bill C-222. And the honourable member from Essex was in fine form, using his newly found New Democratic talking points to sell this very bill in this House. And I give the honourable member from Essex the benefit of the doubt, because the honourable member from Essex was not elected in 2014 when this bill was last introduced under Bill C-201. That when it was up for vote in second reading, it was the Conservative Party with a majority that crushed this bill.
That's right.
We've had 15 years of work on this bill. We've had 6 where the working class people of this country could have benefited from these types of tax considerations. And so the honourable member is quite right when he says he wants for working class people what we have in this House as MPs when it comes to writing off some of our travel expenses. And I would go one step further, Madam Speaker, and I would suggest that all MPs in this House ought to carry the same spirit by wanting for others what we ourselves have in here when it comes to dental care and pharmacare and pensions.
Hear, hear.
And so here we are. The challenge we have, Madam Speaker, is that the newly found New Democrat, in his New Democratic talking points, you could tell the disconnect that he actually has with the building trades, because the example that he gave in his answer, Madam Speaker, with relating to the distance, using his county of Essex, suggesting that an hour and a half travel is about 120 kilometers, tells you that he has never spoken to skilled tradespeople in Southern Ontario. Because if he had, he'd know that people from Hamilton could sit in traffic for 3 hours just on their way to Toronto, 60 kilometers away. So he's quite right that skilled tradespeople who have fought for this over decades, and let's be clear, he was right when he says this is a bipartisan, a nonpartisan issue. This isn't a win for the Conservatives who found their new working class values under their previous leader. I'll remind them, though, that their previous leader in 2014 from Durham did vote against this, as did their interim leader, as did the honourable member from Carleton. All of them voted against this. So why now? Well, I would put to you it's because the Conservative Party uses working class issues and working class people in the same way that one would use a pair of old dirty sneakers. They only bring them out when it's time to cut the grass, to pretend that the grass is green on the other side, when it's clear that this bill comes up short by lengthening that distance and excluding so many people from areas like my city in Hamilton Centre. So I'm going to take my time, but I'm going to give credit to where credit is due, which is in the organized labor of the Ontario Building Trades Council, of the Canadian Building Trades Council, of the Hamilton and Brantford Building Trades Council, the people that I work with. People like Pat Dillon, who for his entire career worked on this for 20 years and in fact was successful under their previous leader to have this implemented into darn near all the platforms. Following in the spirit of the New Democratic Party, we saw willingness from the government side to finally give lip service to this. Why they failed to act on it till now is beyond me. But in the spirit of moving things forward to improve the material conditions of working class people in this country, I am happy we're here. Our parliament works better when we work together, working for working class people.
You're here.
So to Pat Dillon, in your retirement, Pat, where I suspect many members from all parties showed up to honor you in that moment, let today be your victory. Let future votes on this, when hopefully we get to a place where this bill, covers all the aspects that it needs to cover, let this be your victory. Let this be the victory of Mark Elliker, who from the Hamilton Brantford Building Trades Council I've had the privilege of working with since my time as a city councillor, who has always fought with the building trades, not just for organized labor, but for unorganized labor too. Because the notion that what's good for the manager or the salesperson in their tax considerations absolutely must be a tax fairness question that is applied to all working class people, whether it's their travel expenses or their tools, which was a very appropriate point brought up by the government side. I encourage the government side to bring these types of real considerations for working class people into their legislations, into their throne speeches, and most importantly, into their budget. Lastly, I want to thank my good friend once again, Stuart McClellan, from IBEW, Local 105, who we would have long conversations with about having the ability for workers to travel where they don't have to do the calculus, because the truth is, not all collective agreements have within it these travel expenses. The ones that don't, it limits them. They have to go out of pocket. And let's be clear about one thing. It's not MPs. It's not entrepreneurs. It's not the CEOs or the big developers that create value in this country. Value in this economy is only built by working class people. It is taken by the ultra wealthy. So in this respect, when we talk about those members who are being considered in this space, and you talk about how 120 kilometers might look like an hour and a half to you, sit in traffic from Hamilton to Toronto, sit in traffic from Montreal to anywhere for that matter, and know that that travel time, it's not just a tax expense that you can write off, it's time away from your family. It's a sacrifice that you have to make as a worker in order to put bread and food on your table to pay your rent. Let's get this bill right. Let's get this bill right for Pat. Let's get this bill right for Mark and Stuart and all of the incredible working class people across this country who truly put value in this economy, who truly build this country. So with that, to my temporary and honorary member of the New Democratic Party, I congratulate him on his private member's bill, and I am happy to stand and see that be reflected in the answer today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Bravo! Well, I have tremendous respect for the member from Hamilton Centre, so please take this in the good spirit it's intended there. That was the angriest agreement I've ever seen in my life. But I know it comes from a great sense of deep passion from that member, so we appreciate his support and look forward to discussions on committee to, if we can improve this bill, obviously we will. A couple of notes. I'd just like to thank the deputy speakers for filling in for the speaker, and like to wish the speaker all the best going forward as his public health struggles, are public, and where our thoughts and prayers are with the speaker, and we know he'll pull out strong and continue to be a great speaker in our House. So I'd like to enter into the substance of our discussion today, and that's Bill C-241, put forward by my friend and the honourable colleague from Essex. And I'd like to start out by saying he's extremely well raised. He's got two great parents, in Kim and Helen, and so a shout out to his parents, because without them we wouldn't have Chris. Oh, I can't say his name. Member of Essex, and we wouldn't have this legislation. So thank you very much, Helen and Kim. Let's talk about Bill C-241. And I want to start out by just putting in some context before this legislation. We are, I think it's undoubted, facing an affordability crisis. This is one of the chief motivations or the drivers of this affordability crisis is the inflation that we have in place. And what we really have is an inflation tax. We are actually in the midst of one of the largest tax increases in Canadian history, because what has happened is through spending, both necessary and unnecessary, and increasing spending going forward, we've run greater and greater deficits. In fact, deficits larger than we can finance without the help of the Bank of Canada. And through the Bank of Canada, they've put over $400 billion into our economy. And so it's a basic axiom of economics that where you have more of something, in this case, $400 billion worth of it more, it devalues it. And that has the effect of increasing the price on everything else. So Canadians across this country are facing an affordability crisis. Then you add on top of that the carbon tax, which I had the privilege of asking the Governor of Bank of Canada, what was the inflationary impact of the carbon tax? Strangely, he didn't know the answer right off the top of his head, something I would have thought he would have been aware of. But he was kind enough to provide a written response, where he said, Madam Speaker, that fully 10% of the inflation that we are facing today is because of the carbon tax. So it's in that context I'd like to discuss Bill C-241. Everyone is facing challenges, and perhaps none more than the workers, the people that the member from Hamilton Centre spoke so eloquently about. Those folks who are struggling up sometimes the bottom rungs of the economic ladder, struggling to hang on and hoping to get up to that next level, to get to the middle class. And so when we look at Bill C-241, it's those people, amongst others, that this legislation is going to help. So what does it do? Well, it puts skilled trades employees on equal footings as giant corporations, as self-employed individuals, and allows them to deduct the expenses associated with travel to their job sites, which are required. This is the exact same treatment that a corporation would receive if they paid for this travel. They would get to deduct this expense. However, through an oversight, and that's what I'll call it generously, tradespeople have been disadvantaged, and they don't get that same right. When we look at this, tradespeople, as we've said, are literally building our community brick by brick. They are the ones that are putting in the HVAC systems. They're the electricians that are wiring our world. Literally, we would be in the dark without them, in the dark and the cold, without their skilled trades. So why should we be disadvantaging them? We need more skilled trades. As a member from Essex said, we will need a minimum of 350,000 new skilled tradespeople just in Ontario alone in order to meet the growing demand and the need. We need to attract more people to this field. And it's great work, but it's hard work. And part of the work is often there's not a standard office you go to. You don't go to the same place to work every day because once the building is built, it's built. And it's time to move on to that new project. And that's often not located right next to your house. You don't have the option to relocate right next to that house. So we've got individuals, tradespeople, which we increasingly need more of. We've got people who are salt of the earth, working every day to build our community. And what have we done to them? We've disadvantaged them economically. Just because the way that they choose to arrange the legal status of their work relationship. So if they chose to be self-employed, they could deduct it. As an employee, they could not. That's the very definition of inequity. And with my time left, I'd like to go over a couple of stories. And one of them is Mitch. Mitch is a young electrician's apprentice doing a great job wiring commercial buildings all over the province of Ontario. He's currently living in his parents' house, in his parents' basement, because he can't afford a house because the cost of housing has doubled. When I talked to him about this legislation, he said this would be fantastic because at $1.70, driving 200 or 300 kilometers away from his house every day, his parents' house, it's quite expensive, and he's not able to save for a house. This might give him the opportunity to do so. So that's the type, we're going to make a difference in people's lives. I'd like to talk to you about Tommy. He's an HVAC apprentice. He's working forward to gain that experience. He wants to gain his red seal. And he said to me, you know what, I drive 150 kilometers to work, and I don't mind it because hustling, hard work, that's what our country was built on, and I know that's what I have to do to get ahead. But with a recent change in gas prices and the expenses of life, he's close to losing hope because he's not establishing the goals that he sought out for himself. And it's not his fault. He's working hard. He's doing what we've all told him to do. It's just the price of everything has gotten so expensive. And so this is a break for Tommy, and Tommy's excited about this legislation going forward. The other individual I'd like to talk about is Dennis Fedgroni. He's the owner of Fed Air. He has a commercial HVAC company in the wonderful town or city of Vaughan, and he does HVAC all over the province. And so the gas bills for his employees are absolutely astronomical. And so he's asking for a break, not so much for himself, which certainly he would appreciate. It would allow him to hire more people, bring more skilled people into his business, but for his employees who are struggling to get by. When we look at this, and I'm really pleased by the fact that it appears as though nearly all of the parties are signaling their support for this legislation, which I think is terrific. This is a common sense solution. This is an area where politics shouldn't get involved. We shouldn't be looking at parties, whether you're NDP, Conservative, or Liberal. I deeply believe that every one of the 338 of us want to do what's right. We want to do what's best for the Canadians and Canadian workers. So I thank this House. I look forward to this legislation getting to committee. And once again, I thank Helen and Kim for raising such a great son. Thanks, guys.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. À ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
For Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, the invasion of Ukraine by the Putin regime demonstrates the urgent need for this government to take security more seriously. And one key element of that security is global energy security. Nations need energy in order to attend to the basic needs of their people. It is a fact of modern life that we cannot live without energy. Energy is not just an economic issue, it is also a security issue. Nations need secure access to energy and will be forced to compromise collective security interests as much as necessary in order to guarantee that access. While many Canadians take energy security for granted, other free democracies are in a very tenuous position when it comes to reliable access to energy and already have to consider uncomfortable trade-offs. Some of our democratic partners in the Asia-Pacific region rely on energy that comes from the Middle East that is transmitted through the South China Sea, introducing multiple points of potential disruption. Many of our European allies rely on Russian gas. Countries struggle to take necessary steps to protect their security or deter aggression, fearing that their vital supply of energy will be impacted. While severe energy-related sanctions could further devastate the Russian government's economic capacity to wage war against Ukraine, the community of free nations has struggled to apply such sanctions because of current dependency. Tough energy-related sanctions would be a game-changer in this conflict, shortening the war and saving many lives. So we must work in particular to end the dependency of our European partners on Russian gas. We should act quickly to kick Putin's gas out of the free world. Canada should fuel democracy by providing our European friends with a conflict-free and reliable alternative, and one that is in many cases better for the environment than the other options available. Now, in response to our call to urgently address the issue of European and global energy security, the NDP Liberal government has said no. On Monday, they voted against our motion to push urgently to expand energy infrastructure to confront this problem. In the process, they make three arguments. They say that now is not the time to be talking about this issue. They say that we should be focused on renewables, and they say that we cannot build the energy infrastructure fast enough anyways. Now, Mr. Speaker, I totally reject the idea that the current crisis is not the time to be talking about solutions to the crisis. We should be talking about concrete acts of support and solidarity that help Ukraine and deprive Russia of its capacity to wage war. It is absurd to think that we should sit on our hands and mouth solidarity without doing the hard work of talking about concrete solutions that will save lives. Reducing European dependency on Russian gas and supporting European efforts to improve energy security is one example of a concrete solution. I'm all for renewables, but the current reality is that the science and the capacity is not there for Europe to simply flip a switch to renewables. Europe could take an all-of-the-above approach, developing its renewable capacity while working to displace Russian gas in the short term. The current limits on renewable capacity is why European countries continue to rely on Russian gas today, and also other fossil fuel-based sources such as Polish coal. Let's expand Canadian energy exports to Europe to provide a good alternative to the status quo as renewable continues to develop. The final excuse that we cannot build energy infrastructure fast enough is particularly absurd because delays building vital energy infrastructure is entirely a problem of this government's making. They canceled approved projects. They complicated the review process through Bill C-69. They piled conditions on the Energy East pipeline which had never existed before. They appointed a strident, law-breaking, anti-pipeline activist as Environment Minister. They repeatedly attacked confidence in Canada as a destination for energy investment, and now they are acting surprised with the consequences. I agree that it takes too long to build a pipeline in this country, but let's fix that problem and let's recognize the urgency of the current situation. Canadians understand that energy development is an economic and a security imperative. The government should stop making excuses and finally get to work supporting that development.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources and Minister of Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, for raising this very timely issue, one that obviously relates to the Putin regime's unprovoked assault on our neighbor. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I don't think words can capture the tragedy that has befallen Ukraine or the treachery of the perpetrators. What really matters is what we do and not what we say. And as the member knows, our government has worked shoulder to shoulder with allies to punish Russia with crippling sanctions, and that includes banning Russian oil and gas imports. We also joined others in supplying lethal and non-lethal military equipment to help Ukraine's heroes fight off this invader. And we're part of the response to a humanitarian disaster that has caused millions of people and families to flee their homeland. That effort includes opening our doors to any Ukrainian who wants to settle temporarily or permanently in Canada. The member opposite wants to focus on an important aspect of this conflict, and I'm referring to how it's shaken global energy markets, sending prices skyward and causing stress for Canadians going about their daily business. This crisis has also exposed the danger facing European nations. They have depended so heavily on gas from a manipulative and bullying supplier. So I agree with the member that Canada, as the world's fourth largest oil and gas producer, has an opportunity and an important role to play. And he knows the International Energy Agency has released a 10-point plan to sharply reduce Europe's dependency on Russian gas before next winter. That includes encouraging Europe to seek alternative conventional energy sources, and steps have been taken to boost supplies from existing suppliers like Norway and Algeria and Azerbaijan. I think members know that the vast majority of our oil and gas exports go south of the border. Our pipeline and rail infrastructure is set up to help fuel the world's most successful bilateral economic relationship. Our government supports private sector initiatives to expand opportunities overseas. You only have to consider our role in supporting the TMX expansion and the LNG Canada project. Both are aimed at serving Asian markets. And as we know, there are no LNG project proposals on the Atlantic coast that are mature enough to offer practical solutions in the near term. But we never rule out options. We're always open to be there to support Canadians and to support our allies. However, our government has spoken to producers and provinces about ways to expand oil and gas exports to the United States. And this will help America, now the world's largest LNG exporter and the biggest destination for Canadian crude oil exports. This will also help alleviate some of the pressure that we've seen in Europe, and we know the pressures that will come to bear in Europe. But the International Energy Agency's 10-point plan also urges Europe to move more aggressively to alternate energy sources like solar, like wind, like bioenergy, all things that our government have been promoting as well. We agree, in fact, and we strongly support the European Union's plan to quadruple hydrogen use by 2030. And we believe that Canada could eventually be an important hydrogen.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, I would simply put it to this member that if the government takes energy security seriously, I don't know why they voted against our motion on Monday, which was precisely about recognizing the energy security dimension here and the need to move quickly to address those gaps. The member made no mention of Bill C-69 in her response, the fact that the government has intentionally prolonged the review process and created an environment in which it is very difficult for the private sector to come forward with projects. She said no LNG projects are currently being put forward on the Atlantic coast. We would like to see more of these projects proposed by the private sector, but that will only happen if the government recognizes that the policy conditions they have created are very unfriendly for energy investment. So will the member address the problems with Bill C-69, and will she commit to urgently looking at the need to change the policy environment to restore confidence in terms of creating the conditions that will attract that energy investment to this country and allowing us to move forward quickly?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think the member needs to know that we're about doing things that are real, that are sustainable, and not about playing politics with this issue. I want to urge the member opposite to consider this highly credible agency advice. And remember that it was just a few months ago in British Columbia that the latest province to experience the devastating and deadly consequences of climate change. Even today, Madam Speaker, in Paris, the U.S. Energy Secretariat. And I want to quote what she said. She said, even as we seek to stabilize fossil energy through the market, we have to act upon the urgent signals that the world is sending us, that Mother Nature is sending us a big flashing code red on humanity. This is exactly what our government is doing. We're responding to the crisis that we're currently in, but we're also responding to the climate crisis. And what's been happening in Europe and in the United States just reinforces the predicament that we're in as a country and that we need to transition.
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On February 1st, I asked the Minister of Finance how the overall food price increase from 5 to 7% is becoming a concern for constituents in my riding. I also raised the concern of how the price of food in Alberta is expected to be higher than the national average in 2022. In her reply, the Minister of Finance said, inflation is a global phenomenon driven by global challenges. My question was about the overall food price increase in Alberta, not the global concerns of inflation. Unfortunately, the minister did not respond to my question. Instead, she talked about early learning and childcare. Although this is good for families with children, but this does nothing to support seniors or young couples without children. When it comes to our everyday basics such as food, clothing, and housing, more specifically, costs to heat our homes, this government has made life more expensive for Canadians through their policies. I'm speaking about how the carbon tax is being charged multiple times for the same products, such as the farmers growing the grain, to truckers hauling it to processors, then going to the distributors, to finally ending up in our grocers' shelves, where even the customers are charged a carbon tax on their fuel to get their groceries. Madam Speaker, I am aware of what the carbon tax is supposed to accomplish by lowering the carbon emissions we create daily. The issue is, when it was first proposed, it was supposed to be used as an incentive for Canadians to upgrade their windows, doors, adding more insulation to their homes, or purchase an energy-efficient furnace to reduce their utility bills. When the government first introduced the carbon tax, it started putting pressure on Canadians. Since then, this Liberal government has continuously raised the carbon tax and are planning to raise it again on April 1st. So how do you expect Canadians to make their homes more energy efficient when they can only afford to pay either the carbon tax or make their homes more energy efficient, as they can't afford to pay both? Many constituents in my riding, especially seniors with fixed incomes, have reached out to me regarding their natural gas and electrical bills. They have all expressed their concerns on the added carbon tax that was charged to their entire bill and not the gas and electricity they used. The carbon tax added to their overall bill is not fair, because this means they are paying on franchise and distribution fees rather than what they actually used. On February 9th, I reached out to the Ministers of Finance and Environment and informed them that the added carbon tax is unaffordable and unfair to Canadian consumers, especially when the carbon tax portion of their bill is larger than the actual natural gas or electricity they consumed. The Minister of Environment's response was, and I quote, "People of Alberta are better off with our system we've put in place without it," end of quote. How the people of Alberta are better off with this system when they've all reached out to me and expressed their concerns and frustration for the added carbon tax on their entire utility bills. The government would say that it's okay because we're giving more back to Canadians than we're being charged. But based on public accounts, the government pocketed $136 million above what they actually returned to Canadians. This Liberal government is making the cost of living for Canadians more expensive when they actually pocketed $136 million more of Canadians' money. Madam Speaker, in order to lower the carbon emissions, Canadians need to make their homes more energy efficient, but they can't afford to do so because of the high utility bills, which is doing nothing to improve our environment, and this is why the government's policies are hurting Canadians.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Tourism and Assistant Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I am, and our entire government is fully aware that many Canadians are feeling the effects of inflation, including higher prices for groceries and for heating. And the response that the Minister gave was simply to put it into context. Of course, Canadians are seeing price increases at the grocery store, but this is due to circumstances entirely not in our control. We are actually at the moment facing unprecedented global inflation because the world economy is reopening after the pandemic, because there is a war at the moment at the very foot of Europe. Ukraine is known as the breadbasket of Europe for a reason. And the war is absolutely having an impact on food prices around the world. I would also like to remind the member opposite that Canada's inflation remains lower than the OECD average, remains lower than the G7 average, and lower than the G20 average. And so we here in Canada, and as a federal government, are doing our utmost, and the numbers prove it, in order to protect Canadians from this global inflationary pressure.
I would also like to remind the honourable member that economists from the Bank of Canada and the private sector expect that inflation will remain a bit higher over a longer period than was initially expected. However, they expect that it will go back towards a target of around 2% over the next couple of years, and I think it's important to remember that. I would also like to remind my colleague that it's thanks to the federal government that Canadian workers have been able to keep their paychecks through the pandemic. And it's in order to ensure that Canadians can pay their grocery bills that we put in place so many programs. And it's thanks to our support, and it's thanks to the fact that we avoided austerity policies throughout the pandemic that we've had a rapid and resilient recovery, and that's what we're seeing right now with growth of 6.7% over the last quarter.
Plan, Madam Speaker, is targeted towards growth, towards job creation initiatives that will help boost supply, increasing space for the economy to grow without the risk of higher inflation in the future. My colleague also mentioned what he refers to the carbon tax, what we on this side refer to the price on pollution, and I would just like to address that specific point by saying that the climate action incentive does fully compensate Canadians for that additional tax, and any surplus that the government, as my colleague is saying, pocketed would not come from the pockets of Canadians, but from businesses. And I would like to also highlight a number of specific programs that we have recently put in place. Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada supported emergency food programs, such as the Emergency Food Security Fund, the Local Food Infrastructure Program, and Surplus Food Rescue Program. Building on an investment of $250 million to support local initiatives to fight food insecurity, we announced in Budget 2021 an additional $140 million through the Emergency Food Security Fund and Local Food Infrastructure Fund to support organizations working to enhance healthy and nutritious foods for Canadians. Madam Speaker, as you can see, our government is absolutely seized with this issue. We have already worked to address the cost of living increase, and we will continue to do so.
Honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And once again, I'd like to thank the member for not addressing my concerns. The points that I'd like to make are the fact that inflation has increased by 0.5% just because of carbon tax. That has already been proven as 0.4%. Also, the carbon tax is being charged on the entire utility bill, not on just the amount of gas or electricity they are consuming. So once again, that was not addressed. The next thing I'd like to talk about is how the price of the bills have increased by anywhere from $200 to $400 per either household, and I'm talking monthly when it comes to electricity or natural gas. So when you start adding that up on 12 months, you're dealing with $3,000 and $4,000 increases, and where the minister spoke about only giving about $1,800 back. So that's actually costing twice as much of what they're being rebated. So therefore, you are misleading the Canadian public on that regard. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will not engage the member's insulting comments at the end of his address. I would say, however, that we have put in place a number of other programs which I would draw his attention to, including for food security in the North, $163 million to expand Nutrition North Canada program, and additional programs for food policy for Canada, because I believe he did address in his question food prices. I would point out that homogenized milk cost in 2019 $1.46 per liter, and in 2022 $1.63 per liter. That is an increase, but it is a small increase. Chicken was $7.50 per kilo in 2019. It is now $8.04 per kilo, Madam Speaker. Canadians still have access to an abundance of food choices and access to some of the most affordable.
The honourable member for King Vaughan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have been representing the citizens of King Vaughan for less than 6 months now, and it is already apparent that our country's immigration system is seriously broken. Every week, residents call my office to share with me the challenges they are facing, which includes not only significant delays in response times, lengthy wait times, but unacceptable bureaucratic red tape that are negatively impacting their lives. Constituents tell me that they are unable to reach immigration services by telephone. And when they do get through, they are placed on hold for at least 2 hours. Simple, routine updates take up to 6 months. Madam Speaker, these families simply want to be reunited with their loved ones. It's heart-wrenching to know that this is an issue affecting so many families and individuals across the country. The media recently reported that there is a backlog of almost 2 million immigration applications. That's right, almost 2 million people waiting citizenship, residency, or seeking refugee statuses are forced to wait significant periods of time just to get any headway in our system. Immigration, refugees, and citizens of Canada say it is ready to help everyone, but it's apparent that they can't even manage those that they have already promised. People in need are left behind. Families remain separated, businesses are hurting, and labor shortages are costing our economy. Newcomers and Canadians deserve to know, how long will it take to clear up this backlog? What's frightening is that this enormous backlog existed long before the Russian invasion of Ukraine occurred. This means that the new influx of refugees from Europe will further impact our already fragile system. The government has made bold promises to Ukrainians about their future in Canada. But how can we be sure those seeking to flee Russia brutally will not meet the fate that they so attempt to escape, as did the Talibans? The government of Canada had promised to bring in 40,000 Afghan refugees, but so far only 8,500 have arrived. What is being done to guarantee that Ukraine refugees will not face the same painful delays that the Afghan people faced? We do not have any more time to waste. Families are being left in war zones. People are being separated from their loved ones. Children are growing up without their parents because of the same failed promises from this government, where they say one thing and do another, leaving more and more people behind. We need immediate action from this government to significantly improve the immigration system. What is this minister going to do to fill the promises his government has made, and what is he doing to get rid of this enormous application backlog? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Merci. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank the Honourable Member for King Vaughan for her question, and it's a pleasure for me to rise to respond. With the closure of borders and travel restrictions around the world, the pandemic has presented a number of unprecedented obstacles to our immigration program. But despite these challenges, Canada has been able to reach a record number of admissions to the country last year by processing an unprecedented number of requests. In 2021, we managed to close over 500,000 requests, and we welcomed over 405,000 new permanent residents, the biggest number in the history of Canada.
I heard of the deep frustrations held by those who are trying to come to Canada to reunite with their families. These delay and long response time for application updates have put lives on hold. We sympathize with these families and understand the difficulties they face. That's why HoC is taking immediate action to reduce application inventories that have grown over the span of the pandemic. At the end of last year, we saw that the permanent residence backlog was down by 29,000. Family class inventory was down by 9,200, and that the processing standard for new spousal application had returned to the service standard of 12 months. These are not just numbers. These are people being given the chance to start a new life in Canada and visit their loved ones. These decreases in inventory are partly thanks to the recently announced measures that build on the work that we have already completed when it comes to modernizing our immigration system and improving client experience by reducing wait times and offering a more transparent process. To recap, IRCC has recently hired an additional 500 new processing staff and have pivoted to digitizing application. Earlier this year, we also officially launched a permanent residence tracker for spousal sponsorship application and are in the process of releasing another online processing tool to give accurate estimates of wait times. These will cut out much of the back and forth between clients, MP's office, and RCC's officer, which will ultimately result in more time to process application in our inventory. Madam Speaker, with the easing of border measures, we anticipate an increase in visitors' visa, and that's why we've prepared ourselves by modernizing our immigration system. IRCC continues to develop strategies to ensure that we are able to process all new visitors' applications received after September 7 of 2021 in a timely way. We will continue to process older applications, which may require more time. We're also working to deliver the best possible client experience for all those who use our services, both in Canada and abroad. But we know we can do better, and we must continue to look for ways to do so. I want to assure these applicants that we continue to work as hard and as quickly as possible to reduce the processing times. Just this year alone, the department will again finalize more than 500,000 applications. Canada has never been a more attractive place to work, study, and live, and we're seeing tremendous interest from people around the world who wish to call Canada home. We want to ensure this trend continues, and that's why we need to transform our immigration system. We need to ensure Canada remains competitive with other countries for the world's best talents, and we'll do so by delivering the best.
The Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thanks to my colleague for her response. My question is, my staff go in every morning to listen to the heart-wrenching stories of these immigrants, and it brings them to tears. I'm concerned not just for the people that are trying to get answers for their loved ones in Afghanistan, in Ukraine, that want to get here to save their families. It's also a mental health issue on our staff, because they're the ones that have to listen to these stories. They're the ones that have to hang up and say, I can't help you. They don't want to be that person. They want to be the person that say, yes, our government is here to help you. That is not acceptable. 12 months is not acceptable. We need to do better, and I'm hoping that this government will make sure that we incorporate new procedures that will speed the efficiency of all departments. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you for the questions. And you know, I've heard, and as a local MP, I certainly heard the frustration, like my honourable colleague, of those who are trying to come to Canada to reunite with their family. As I said, I certainly have, and we sympathize with these families and understand the difficulties they face. But we've made a commitment. We are on track to bring more than 40,000 Afghan refugees. We are close to 10,000 already. And the war in Ukraine, we've opened a new tool, actually, that will facilitate the safe haven into Canada for those that are fleeing the war zone. Madam Speaker, I can assure the member that with our modernizing of our system, we will achieve our objective. Merci.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.